Okay, good morning everybody. It's 9:30, 23rd of November, and this Places for Everyone Joint Development Plan Document Examination Hearing Session is now open. I'm Louise Gibbons, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan. William Fieldhouse, Stephen Lee and I are examining the plan jointly. Can everybody hear me? Just a reminder, please, for everyone to switch your mobile phones, laptops and other devices to at least silent, please, or off. Water is provided in the room and will be replenished during adjournments. There are hot drinks and food available. Can you make sure that you don't bring them into this room during breaks, please? Toilets are located in the reception area where you will have entered the building. Are there a fire alarm test today? No, thank you. In that case, then, if the alarm does sound, then we have to treat it as real. We need to vacate the building. I keep saying in an orderly fashion. I want to see how that works out. Following the green emergency exit signs, there's one here to my right, covered by that curtain, and then there are others. There's one at the door where you came in. So just for those who haven't attended before, and I do see some new faces this morning, a reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help us decide if the plan submitted in February 2022 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out on the agenda that was published last week. This morning, we are dealing with meeting development needs on non-Greenbelt land. I will start each agenda item with some questions to the GMCA team, and when we've heard the responses to those, then I'll invite contributions from everybody around the room. When we come to that, if you wish to speak, please turn your nameplate on its end and facing towards me so I can actually see them. Please say who you are and, if appropriate, who you represent. We will do some introductions as well in a moment. Please focus your comments, if you're able to, on our questions or specific points made by others. Try to keep your contributions brief, please, to ensure that they are focused and also to allow everyone a chance to speak if they wish to on a particular issue. And just a reminder, there's no need to repeat or summarise what you wrote in your representations or written statements. We have read those. We will give the GMCA the chance to sum up their position at the end of each item on the agenda. As with other sessions, if we identify that main modifications are required or that further work needs to be carried out by the GMCA or others, we will usually make that clear. The GMCA will be keeping a note of all such matters. We may clarify action points from the previous day during the opening on following mornings, and we'll probably issue an action points note, I think either at the end of the week or in the week following. And so far it's been the week following, but there's only been one, so we'll see. It may also be possible that there are some matters that we need to think longer about, and we would deal with those either in a later note rather than in action points we identify during a session. We do have a couple of things to say from yesterday. Could the GMCA please publish the minerals plan on the examination website? I think it's probably best under other documents. We've got another documents section.
No problem at all, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are also whether considering any further action points are necessary in relation to mineral safeguarding areas, and we'll probably raise this with you on Friday when we have our session at the end of the main agenda items. Adjournments. We're unlikely to need a comfort break this morning. As we said yesterday, we're likely to finish this session early. We will be dealing with more in the afternoon. I'll come on to that shortly. Before I turn to the first agenda item, I just want to go around the room again and make some introductions, as there are some new faces as well. I just see Mr. Daly has arrived with us. Mr. Daly, can you hear? Okay. Mr. Daly, would you like me to go around the room to do the introductions, or would you like to actually make a statement? Did you want to stay? What's your preference this morning?
I would prefer to make a statement if possible. I have other matters in the house I have to go and deal with.
Okay, in that case, then I'll hold off doing the introductions, and please go ahead now. Then, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms Gibbons, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I will confine my remarks to my constituency in the borough of Bury, and also question 4.1, which is, were all reasonable opportunities for meeting the need for housing and industrial and warehousing development within the existing urban areas examined, including through making as much use as possible of suitable brownfield sites and underutilised land and optimised density of development. Now, in respect to Bury, Ms Gibbons, it's my clear point that the answer to that must be no. You have a plan that was democratically passed through the local authority, but after that, you have received representations to say that further house density can be found in Bury town centre. I think it's approximately 1,300 units that are identified, which has then led on to the local authority, my local authority, requesting that the Greenbelt site wall shall be removed. So the answer to the question is not really up for debate. It is no. And therefore, the question we have to ask ourselves, or the question I would pose to Spectrum, if at that very basic level that the Bury Council, who have not been able in the plan to identify quite clearly developmental opportunities on brownfield sites within the urban centre of Bury, it certainly is not robust, it certainly is not sound, and it certainly is not reliable as a plan. We're in this bizarre position that you are being asked to amend on behalf of the local authority a plan that they accept is wrong. I also would ask you to take into account the NPPF in respect of the plan. Bury Council regeneration plans for the main urban centres, whether that be Radcliffe, Prestwich, Bury or Ramsbottom, are based upon solely the regeneration and the development of housing. In each of those areas, and we don't have time to talk about it here, there are sites which could be developed where extra housing into thousands could be put, extra units, should I say, rather than houses. And it's in breach, in my view, of the principles of paragraph 86 of the NPPF regarding ensuring the vitality of town centres. So it's a very simple point that I make here today, but it's a contradictory point. The plan in respect of use of non-green belt sites in Bury is inaccurate. Bury must accept that. If it is inaccurate, I ask you to take into account the views of those who say that not only is the revised position of building more units in Bury town centre correct, actually the densities are inaccurate as well. More units can be built in those particular areas. Just by looking at the register of sites for those areas, one can see that. So it's not sound, it's not robust. You, as an inspector, can rely on the figures that Bury Council have put forward in respect of this. But I leave on this contradictory statement. I actually, having campaigned on this and been part of a group for 6 years trying to argue that central any plan that we have for Bury is the regeneration of town centres through the use of housing and the use of appropriate housing. As you know, one of the things the plan has to have is a supply of, forgive me if I've got the phraseology wrong, end-level housing. Now, the urban centres, whether that be Bury or Switch or Radcliffe, they are the site where these sites can be identified. Effectively, in my view, it is the nature of housing as well as the nature of the sites that has to be considered. The Greenbelt sites, which were part of this plan, essentially was subcontracting by local authorities to big developers to build, in my view, 3, 4 and 5 bedroom houses. The mix and the vibrancy of our town centres depend on on a variety of housing types, which is based upon need, not just requirement of the developers. So I'll leave it there, Ms Gibbons, but I would urge you to look at those sites and to say that in terms of both NPPF principles and others, that there is clearly opportunities to develop more brownfield housing, more brownfield units on the industrial centres of Bury. And it is somewhat ironic after this plan has been put forward, reading the Manchester Evening News in the last few days, that there is now a £100 million regeneration plan for Prestwich. There is, I think, £40 million being invested in Radcliffe, £20 million being invested in Bury Centre. So those levels of interventions in town centres are somewhat contradictory to the picture that I've painted and that's within the plan. But what they do say is that that level of investment, we certainly in the urban centres can produce more housing units, which will mean that we do not have to use as much green belt land. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have no questions for you. Did the GMC want to comment at all?
With no disrespect at all, we're obviously going to be covering these points as we go around the table later on, so I'll save my response to slightly later in the discussion, but thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Daly. If you wish to stay, you're quite welcome to, but I understand you have other business to attend to, and thank you for your contributions.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Thank you, bye. Okay, thank you. In that case, then, we will now do the introductions to the participants, and starting again with the GMCA, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Chris Katkowski, King's Counsel for GMCA.
Good morning. Anne Morgan for the GMCA.
Good morning. Philippa Brunsden, Bury Council.
Claire Taylor-Russell from GMCA.
Good morning, Dave Trimmingham from Turley on behalf of Peel Land and Property.
Good morning, Colin Robinson from Lichfields, and I'm instructed by Russell LDP.
Good morning, Brian O'Connor from Lichfields, representing House Building Consortium.
Good morning, John Coxon from Emery Planning, representing Wayne Estates, Wayne Homes and Hollins Strategic Land.
Matthew Dauber from Barton Wilmore, representing the Walshaw Consortium, which is VWH, Red Row and Wayne Estates. I'm hot desking with my colleague Greg Dixon, who's representing Barrett and Jones Homes.
Good morning, Paul Williams from Mosaic Town Planning, representing Persimmon Homes and Morris Homes.
Good morning, Justin Cole from Hive Land and Planning, representing Red Row Homes.
Good morning, I'm Carol Birchmore, I'm Councillor for Radcliffe East.
Good morning, my name's Judy Shepherd, I'm a resident from Radcliffe, from the Borough of Bury.
Good morning, my name is Councillor Robin Garrido, representing Worston Westwood Park in Salford. I'm also representing Residents Against Inappropriate Developments, RAID.
Good morning, my name is Frances Henry. I'm chair of ARD, which is Action Against Rural Development, which is a Greenbelt group in Salford.
Good morning, I'm Councillor Jackie Harris, representing Bury.
Good morning, Steve Cluer, representing the Friends of Bury Folk.
Morning, Christian Dodsworth from St Mr Village Community Association.
Jackie Copley here from CPRE today.
You're doing your best to confuse us, aren't you, with your different hats? I think you need to start wearing hats, actually, that represent each one. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Marge Powner. I'm from Friends of Carrington Moss today.
I'm Anne Ripley, and I'm from Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt today.
Oh, you're doing it as
yeah,
well.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Matthew Brabant from Save Royton's Greenbelt.
It's nice to see that you're just staying with Save Royton's at the moment.
For now.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any queries about the procedural side of things today? No, okay, thank you. Well, we will move on to the agenda now, and as we raised yesterday, we are going to be dealing with things slightly different than are listed in the agenda. what we have decided that question 1 is actually covered under questions 4.5, 4.6, 4.7 and 4.8, and we are going to be dealing with this in detail this afternoon. There is quite a lot of overlap. So if there are people here that wanted to say something about question 4.1, then and if you cannot come this afternoon, then we can let you comment now, but we'll ask the GMCA to respond this afternoon. And as you're aware, all the discussions will be recorded, so you will get to see their response if you're not able to stay. If you can stay, then we'll work out with the programme officers. This afternoon is quite full, we understand. There are quite a few participants, but there is scope for hot seating, so there is room behind. So we will allow people to move around, so everybody gets their say. So on that basis, was there anybody who wanted to say something now that couldn't come this afternoon? Okay, so everybody's happy that we just move on then to question 4.2, but we will be covering the issues that question 4.1 raises under those others. Okay, thank you. In that case then, question 4.2 relates to existing safeguarded land and protected open land and whether these opportunities were fully examined. Now, again, yesterday under the site selection methodology, this was something that we said that we discuss in detail this morning. So, and again, I have questions for the GMCA on this, and we might actually turn to the flow chart that was produced yesterday and is available on the website. It's just helpful. It's just got an easy summary, particularly of sites that have been allocated. So I just want to clarify in my own mind about other protected open land and safeguarded land, and I understand that Manchester, Salford and Tameside, I think it is, have no such land. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right, so that rules those out of the discussion then. Sorry, did you want to say something?
The only thing I wanted to say was I think this microphone's feeding back. So I have messaged. It does sound like it is, doesn't it?
I can't hear
right,
any.
okay,
No,
right, okay,
it's
fine,
not.
fine.
It isn't for me. No. I'll soon let you know if it starts hurting my ears. Yeah. So if I just wanted to cover first, so the authorities where, if the relevant policy allows development of the land within the current plan period, which authorities does that cover?
Can you just clarify the question, ma'am? Sorry.
So I'm just actually quoting what is written in the background paper.
Touche, ma'am. Touche.
So if there is a relevant policy within a plan that allows development of safeguarded land or protected open land, so that protects land for future development, is that correct?
There are some that protect the land
Yes.
from development, and there are some that actually protect it for future development.
future.
So you're
And
asking
that's
us about the latter, the one,
Yes.
the latter category.
Yes.
So which of these authorities, the 6, we're down to 6 because we've got rid of 3. So which of the 6 have got policies? All of the 6.
Yeah, all of the 6, but some have both policies, so a protecting from and a protecting for.
Okay, that isn't entirely clear. So which authorities have both then? Yeah.
I think that's because, I mean, the clue is probably in the title of these policies: protected open land and safeguarded land. So So one category would be protected from development, and the safeguarding category would be protected for future development, on the face of it. I'll keep talking until someone actually finds the answer. Sorry about the shuffle. Here we go. Need to switch your microphone on, hoping that you know the answer.
What might be helpful, I suppose, is to run through each authority rather than trying to work it out. Is that doable?
It is, because we've charted each authority in our paper M4.1 at page 5. Our table there goes through each of the 6 authorities in question. So should be doable.
Yes, we can do that, but I'm not sure whether that answers the question. So
No, it doesn't answer the question.
along.
No, it doesn't answer the question. But in relation to going through each of them in turn, at least we've got the information here. But I think we're just going to have to move on, and if you don't mind me saying, and we'll come back to this, ma'am, when we've got. Or do you need to know the answer before? Because we've got plenty of time. So if you need to know the answer before we get to the detail of the question.
I think it helps. It
Fine,
helps
no
understand.
problem at all. No problem at all.
Sorry, just one moment. So what we understand is that the approach for each authority was different. So if you can explain it in that way, would that help?
Well, we'll soon find out.
Yeah. So, well, shall we start with Bolton, as that's on the list first? And if you can explain how that was...
It would be helpful if we could have the relevant officers from those districts, because they're much more, if that is possible. Or I can take you to our 3.1 response, because everybody contributed to that.
3.1 as in the...
Sorry, PQ34, the M3. GMCA 3.1. Our responses to our preliminary questions.
Yeah, okay, yes. So, yeah, if we...
You understand, ma'am, we've been asked to have fewer people
yes,
with us.
I appreciate that.
The upshot
yes.
of that is the people we actually need for this question are upstairs, drinking tea and coffee and playing with their calculators.
Well...
So, ma'am, sorry, as you can see, this is rather, it's not a problem at all. We just need some time. So we need to get the people down who are responsible for each authority. So can we better just send someone upstairs to go and get them as opposed to relying on people watching YouTube, whatever. Sorry. Let's get the people who know from each authority. I know it's frustrating. I'm sorry, but.
I take it there are officers here from every authority.
Yes, and we've had them sitting with us throughout, but we were asked not to have them sitting with us throughout, so this is unfortunate consequence, but there you are.
Could I just quote something from the site selection background paper, which may clarify? It says, in paragraph 6.12, if the policy in the local plan allows development of this land within the current plan period, and it has been considered appropriate in principle for development to be brought forward via a planning application, it has been included within the baseline housing land supply. So that implies that some authorities, we thought it assumes that they'll include it as appropriate through their SHLA existing supply. But for the authorities that have a policy that would restrict development during the plan period, you did something different. You assessed it and made allocations if you considered it appropriate. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
So the question is, which authorities were subject to the first approach and which were subject to the second approach?
I think if we go through in alphabetical order from Bolton down, so you might need to repeat the question. So as I don't know whether Annie will.
So basically the question is, and we're starting with Bolton, I think. So basically the question is, in the Bolton plan, do you have policies which protect or safeguard land, but envisage that land could be brought forward within the plan period? That was the first category, I think, as opposed to policies which hold development back and so that you can't develop, on the face of the policies, you can't develop or shouldn't develop during the plan period. So it's whether it's envisaged you could develop within the plan period or not, I think is the essential difference.
I think that's the case, but I think really the ultimate question is, which authorities' safeguarded land did this plan consider to be a potential allocation or not, or which did it leave to just the local authority to do it if it thought necessary in its local plan? Because that's what I thought 6.12 is saying. There was a different approach taken, but maybe not.
Okay, I'd understood the different approach differently to you,
Right,
so, but never.
okay.
But
Well, let's
never
clarify
fear.
the approach that was taken.
Let's start with Bolton in that
Okay.
case, if you don't mind. Should we do that? So.
Yeah, I think it's best if each authority just talk through what they actually did.
Accumulate the points.
Yeah.
So Andrew Chalmers from Bolton. Our current core strategy policy doesn't allow delivery of any protect open land in principle, although it has a number of small exceptions within the plan period. It actually doesn't define, it also does in its reason justification explain that some of that land might be suitable for development post-plan period, but it doesn't define which are safeguarded areas and which are just protected. So the approach we've taken is that rules out consideration in terms of, it's not safeguarded and therefore not proposed to be brought forward at this stage.
But what is said is if some sites were considered suitable in principle, then they would be added to the existing supply. Is that correct?
That would be correct, but it doesn't consider any of those sites are suitable.
Right. I think in matter 4.1, it refers to 4 sites which have been granted planning permission. Is that correct?
We've had a history of, yes, appeals on some of these protected open land areas.
So you have no, I mean, there are other reasons why there are no, so there are no allocated sites and nothing that contributes to the land supply at the moment.
In terms of protect open land, the only elements in are those areas that have planning permission.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So that's the first of the 6.
Very next.
Very next. Here we are. Ooh, familiar face.
In Bury, we've got sites that are protected open land, safeguarded from development rather than for development. Some of them have actually been built out because in the absence of a 5-year supply, we determined that it was appropriate for them to be granted planning permission. But we've reviewed all of them to determine whether they should be included within the existing supply for the PFE or if they've got other protections that would make them unsuitable for development.
and the results of that work is what? Are any of them, or is any such land allocated through PFE?
They're not allocations. Well, there's a couple of them that are proposed as greenbelt additions. Yeah.
That's Bury. Oldham.
Oldham.
Where's Oldham? Right, so similar routine, I think.
Hi, we have policy 22 within our core strategy that seeks to protect open land, and we also have an area designated as safeguarded land within our core strategy as well. So the other protected open land protects land from development, and the safeguarded land obviously safeguards it for future development. We have 22 OPOL with it designated within the core strategy, and one area is safeguarded. 3 of our allocations within PFE include a protected open land. So that's Beal Valley, includes an area to the north of the allocation.
Okay, so that's just part, isn't it?
Yeah. And Broadbent Moss includes an area of OPOL as well as the area of safeguarded land. And then Cowley Shore is wholly other protected open land as well.
Okay, and then the rest of the site, I think it summarises it does summarise in matter 4.1 that you've assessed the other sites as part of your local green space assessment.
Yes, that's correct. So as part of our local plan review, we have undertaken a assessment of our other protected open land, and that's concluded that the others remain appropriate for designation. There are 2 that may be redesignated through the local plan review, but obviously until such time as that's taken place, then it's felt not appropriate to identify them. There is an area that there is an area of the OPOL as well that's included within our land supply.
So is that a site that has permission?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Rochdale.
Sorry, I didn't catch the answer to the last question.
Yeah, there's an area of land that is in the land supply because it has permission.
It has permission,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Rochdale now, please.
Hello, yes, it's Wayne Poole, Rochdale Council. We have a policy in our core strategy, policy G5, which relates to protected open land. So our approach is that the land is protected in principle. That policy then sets a series of tests or criteria that would need to be met if it was to be demonstrated that the land was appropriate for development. We've obviously considered that. We do have several sites that are allocated either in part or total through the PFE. So Trows Farm is protected open land. Roach Valley. There's a part of 1.2, Simster Bowley, on the eastern side of Hayward Old Road. There's also a very small part of the north of Smithy Bridge allocation next to the canal is actually protected open land, not greenbelt. There are some protected open land sites that have recently or previously been developed to obtain planning permission, and they are in the land supply as well. And all the other sites have been assessed as previously referenced in relation to the preliminary question, and the assessment of all that. Those sites are set out there and the reasons why they're not considered appropriate for development.
Okay, thank you. I mean, just on the other sites that you have referred to, there are, The sites, they're not actually listed in paragraph 4.13 or on the flow chart. It may be that it's only a tiny part of the site, but I think it would be helpful if those were added to the list and just.
Yes, they're listed in the table in paragraph 4.12 in our document, or M4.1 it must have been, mustn't it? M4.1, Rochdale. I think there might have been one tiny one that we've missed, but we've got...
right, so that's JPA 1.2. What was the other one? It's north of Smithy Bridge. What's the
it's just
reference?
a very small part. So that's, north of Smithy Bridge is JPA 22, I think, yeah. But that, like I say, it's only a very small part of the site, really. So that's why it's probably not listed as being a significant area of protected open land.
Okay.
That relevant in relation to considering that allocation.
So, Ma'am, would you like us to update the flow chart?
I think just for completeness, yes,
yep,
that would be helpful.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Trafford.
Yeah, so for Trafford, we've got 2 protected open land sites. It's policy R4 of the Trafford core strategy, and the sites are land in Warburton and land south of Shell at Carrington, and both of those areas are included within the new Carrington allocation, so policy JPA 33.
Thank you. And Wigan.
Hello, David Kersley, Wigan Council. Yeah, we've got about 680 hectares of safeguarded land designated in the borough. The vast majority of this, I think over 550 hectares, is identified in the identified land supply. In terms of policy, we've got a policy in our unitary development plan, which was adopted in 2006, which is your typical safeguarded land policy, protection policy in principle. But the core strategy, which was adopted in 2013, has a policy SP4, which identifies 6 broad locations for new developments within the borough, which includes 6 sites which are fully within safeguarded land. Within those, the vast majority of those sites have been built out or under construction, or are in the planning process, with over 4,000 homes completed on those sites. There is a policy CP8 in the plan as well, which is greenbelt and safeguarded land. And in terms of safeguarded land, that identifies that development can happen on the broad locations in advance of what was going to be an allocations plan, which hasn't been produced. And it says basically that broad development on these sites can happen subject to need in advance of that allocations plan. And we have a policy, a proposed allocation in the Places for Everyone plan at Pocket Nook, which is within safeguarded land, which is allocated for 600 homes and 15,000 square metres of employment development, which is JPA 36, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I hope we got there in the end.
We did. So what? Just to summarise, that tells me that individual authorities dealt with this on an individual basis, depending on what the policy in their plan said. So that's so basic summary of it.
Yes, and conscious consideration has been given to all the land in question, as you've heard, in each case. And in some cases there are allocations, and in a lot of cases such land is in the supply. And in a few cases, as you heard, decisions were made that it wasn't appropriate to take forward such land to the extent that it's not in the supply. It wasn't appropriate to take forward such land into designations, into allocations, forgive me, for the reasons that are explained. So, this all arises from the question 4.2, so were all reasonable opportunities, etc., fully examined? We would say yes. We do say yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Just one question relating to the principle. I don't want to get into talking about the sites. A reference was made to Greenbelt additions, and it would just be helpful at this stage. We've got separate sessions on each Greenbelt addition, so we'll deal with those separately. But I just want to raise the principle of Greenbelt additions and what basis. What was the principle for you including some of these sites as Greenbelt additions, and who made that decision?
Right, well, let's take the process point first of all, because as you will have seen, I mean, there is a separate justification given for each Greenbelt addition, and we are in due course going to be looking at each of them in turn. Obviously, as you'll know, to add to the Greenbelt is covered by the same principle of needing exceptional circumstances just as to take away from the Greenbelt. So we're going to, in this sort of Alice in Wonderland type process that we have here, we're going to be looking at the other side of looking through the looking glass the other way later on in the examination process. But on the process point, can I just ask those to my left, whoever might best be able to answer, as to whether this was each authority in making these judgment calls, did they then go to, if you like, as we've discussed previously, some form of committee of the 9 to overview this, or what happened? So let's deal with the process point first of all, before we then draw down to other matters.
Thank you. I mean, similar to other discussions we've had, we identified this as an opportunity and asked districts to go and consider whether or not there were any sites that had fallen out of the Greenbelt assessment work and the site selection work that they considered met the purposes of Greenbelt, and whether there would be any exceptional circumstances to add them to the Greenbelt. Each district then went away and looked at the sites, brought them back to us. We looked at them as a whole, and the sites that were agreed sort of primarily by districts really then went through to the plan that was agreed by the Joint Committee.
The first part of your question, I think, is going to be much more difficult to answer in a generic way, which is, you know, in the essence of the justification, because certainly from my reading in, the justification is very bespoke to each of the additions. So, you know, save for making a probably unhelpful sort of sweeping statement that the overall judgment call on our part is that there are exceptional circumstances in each case. Beyond that, I mean, to be honest, one can't give a generic answer.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to explore whether there was a generic answer first before we then moved on to when we come to the Greenbelt additions.
It's utterly dependent on each one on its own merits.
Yeah, that's.
I'm afraid. Or
no, that's fine. Then we'll discuss the merits at those relevant sessions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, I have no further questions. No. Okay, in that case then I will open it up to the room. I'll start on the left-hand side. It's becoming a bit traditional for me. So we'll start with, I think, Emery Planning. You have your name badge up, please. Can you move the name plates to the front? And somebody's got some very small writing on theirs, but I'll try. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. The first point was just a query in relation to what we've just heard in relation to the OPPOL and the safeguarded land. Now, I haven't been through all of the new data that's been presented in relation to housing land supply, so this is the new information that was presented in the response to your week 1 issues. But for example, in Wigan, there is safeguarded land in Standish, which seemingly in the previous housing land supply data wasn't included in the existing land supply, and now it seemingly is included in the land supply in the new 2022 base date information. And it may be as simple as that land has achieved planning permission, albeit as far as I'm aware, it hasn't. So I'm not clear whether why a different approach would have been taken to the new data, and perhaps that's something the councils can clarify where that's happened and why that's happened. Secondly, just as an overarching point, in relation to whether OPOL and safeguarded land has been fully examined, whether that can contribute to meeting the needs. I think I have to agree with Mr. Katkowski. Clearly, each case has to be looked at on its own merits, but I do think there is an overarching point to make, which is that, well, I suppose if you go back to the genesis of safeguarded land and OPOL in Greater Manchester, if you go right back to the original Greater Manchester Greenbelt Local Plan, I think getting on for 40 years ago or more, as you would expect, they designated Greenbelt and they left areas of white land for future development, and then through plans that eventually became OPOL and safeguarded land, and it was there to potentially meet future development needs. And for example, even in the case of OPOL, whilst safeguarded land is clear cut, that's land for beyond the end of the plan period. For example, in Bolton, the development plan does recognise that some of this land could be appropriate for development in the future, not during the plan period, and on a review of the current of the development plan. So, in other words, it is almost de facto, whilst it's protected in the name, that's for the plan period, it is in effect safeguarded land. It's there to potentially meet future development needs. So I do think there's an overarching point that it's illogical to jump over this land supply and go straight to the Greenbelt. I appreciate some of it's allocated and you have to look at each site, but I think there's an overarching point. There's a lot of sites that they're proposing to put back into the Greenbelt. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Barton Wilmore.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a point of clarity, really, in terms of Bury. So I made a note that there were 2 sites that are other protected open land that form part of the SHLA. But looking at the new SHLA data, I'm using the new one as a reference. There's 157 homes proposed on other sites that don't have planning permission. So did I sort of mishear that it's actually not just protected open land with planning permission in the SHLA, it's other sites as well? Is that the position of the council?
I'm writing these all down. I mean, if you want if answers to them would be helpful to you, then I'll try and get answers to them. Obviously,
I just think this is straying in a little into this afternoon's discussion as well. So, I think part where it looks as if it is, we'll park the response to that. Are you here this afternoon? So.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So make a note and respond to that this afternoon. Yeah. Were there any other points you wanted to make?
No, it was just that. We'll discuss it this afternoon, I imagine.
Thank you. Mosaic.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not sure whether it's a matter for this morning or this afternoon. I wanted to talk about safeguarded land in Wigan in particular and 2 sites which our representations have concerned.
Well, if you make your point, and then we'll see whether it's a response for this afternoon.
So our hearing statement was submitted on the basis that not all safeguarded land in Wigan had been fully assessed for allocation in PFE under a sequential approach. And there are 2 safeguarded sites in Standish in Wigan controlled by Morris and Persimmon, Rectory Lane for about 4 to 8 homes and Pepper Lane for about 64 homes. The GMCA Wigan Omission Site Summary document from February 2022, which is SD 73, advised that these sites formed part of the housing land supply as set out in the Wigan SHLA. In fact, the Wigan SHLA didn't include the sites in the housing land supply. In each case, it said site is assumed to be unsuitable until suitability can be demonstrated. Contrary to the answer to PQ35, the SHLA didn't conclude that the sites had no deliverable capacity because they simply weren't assessed. However, things have moved on since our statement, in that the Wigan 2022 SHLA does include the sites in the SHLA, include the sites in the housing land supply, with both expected to provide completions between 2027 and 2032. And there is no change in circumstances to explain this alteration. So, given the new paragraph 11.2 in main modifications, which confirms that land supply is updated annually and that local plans will allocate land from this supply, there is now an opportunity for this land to come forward in the local plan. So, on the basis that the sequentially preferable sites are now recognised, Persimmon and Morris don't wish to maintain an objection to the plan's approach, but that is subject to the adoption of the main modification and paragraph 11.2 in that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks very much. So I don't think there's anything to respond to. It's just the point that you make about ensuring that the modification is brought forward.
Yes.
I think there's a question mark over how the sequential test was undertaken.
You should be happy. Your land is now in the supply, so your client's land. So there you go.
Okay, thank you. Anybody on the right-hand side? Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
Thank you. Just to say that given the repeated emphasis on brownfield throughout the plan, Save GMGB feel the sites should be in sustainable locations with good access to transport and even protected open land or safeguarded land, particularly that which is grade 1, 2 or 3 agricultural land, wetland, woodland or peatland should not be considered for development until all brownfield land has been utilised.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Were there any points that you wanted to respond to? Oh, sorry. Councillor Harris and Councillor... Sorry, I didn't see that. Councillor Harris and then Councillor Birchmore. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, it's just something that was brought up just earlier on in the discussion about the additions to the green belt. There seemed to be a bit, well, there wasn't really a definitive answer. I think that it was said by Mr. Kitkowski that there was no generic response. My feeling is that perhaps there should be a generic principle on this because it's a plan of all the authorities. But I just want to make the point in Bury, particularly, there were additions made to the green belt. It was really rather bizarre because the actual additions to the green belt sites in Bury really were, I could use the word irrelevant, because they were railway sidings, motorway edges, cemeteries. So I can only assume that this was done for a reason to make it look sort of that less green belt, that we're increasing green belt rather than reducing it. But actually my question is, do we not think that I think this is an important issue which hasn't really had much attention given to it, that perhaps there should be an actual overarching generic response to how authorities do increase the green belt supply and sort of what is the purpose behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Birchmore.
Yes, I'm actually from Bury as well, so I guess quite a bit of it's the same thing. But what I did want to do was, I didn't quite catch the response from the person from Bury. It was quite quiet and it's difficult to hear over here. But from what I understand about Bury, you were simply talking about greenbelt additions. Is that correct? Was there anything else that you were talking about? Any safeguarding?
No, on Bury's behalf, that was the second item in the table. I mean, I'm very happy for it to, for it to be said again, and hopefully in a louder voice so that you can hear better. In Bury's case, the process was explained what had actually happened in relation to examining whether protected open land, safeguarded land should be taken forward as allocations in this plan. It was also mentioned in that in the course of the explanation that there are some proposed additions to the green belt from such land. So it was a spread of points, if you like, that were made. Shall I simply recall the person from Bury to make the points again so that they're...
Yeah, I mean, it would be helpful if you are having trouble hearing somebody to say something at the time to save us having to repeat what was already said. So don't be afraid to do that. If I'll try and keep an eye out, just make a wave if I'm not looking, or one of my colleagues might spot you. So it would be helpful if we can hear if you're not hearing. Thank you. Yeah. So if you could repeat what you said, thank you.
You might want to lean into the microphone.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Yes, in Bury we've got a number of sites that are designated as other protected open land within the local plan. So they're protected from development rather than for development. Some of them have actually been built out. Some have got planning permission and or are considered suitable for development, so are therefore included within the supply. There are a couple of sites that are proposed as greenbelt additions that were previously or currently designated as other protected open land.
Okay, was that helpful? Yeah, thank you. CPRE.
Yeah, thank you. I think the suggestion for a generic approach is good because each local plan that has safeguarded land, they are for different durations, so those sites come into play at different times, whereas moving forward, that timescale would be rationalised. And then for OPL land, other protected open land where it exists, most local plans have different criteria, different policies attached, or that come into play. For example, in Bolton, you can only get approval for development on OPL if you fulfil certain criteria relating to landscape character. For example, if the site's at the urban fringe, looking at what the impact would be from that development. So, and they are all slightly different in each different local plan where it exists. So moving forward, there is going to have to be a standardised approach, I suspect, to other protected open land. But like Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt said, it is important, this is a brownfield preference plan, so all opportunities for any underuse or brownfield in existing urban places ought to be fully considered. And we'll be talking this afternoon about maximising densities to optimise and save pressure on those types of sites. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I think when Councillor Harris was talking about a generic approach, she was talking about the Greenbelt additions. This is what you've just made a slightly different point, I think, about there being a generic approach to the protected open land or safeguarded land.
True, but both points carry.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what it was that you were saying. Friends of Bury Folk, I see you've got your nameplate up now. Thank you.
I just wanted to concur with Jackie Harris that ever since the beginning of this plan, there's been a play on numbers with regards to there's a clear difference in greenbelt land, the quality of greenbelt land, usable open spaces. So greenbelt in a plan was allocated, like I say, in the 80s, 90s, and on some occasions, there is land within the greenbelt allocation that is suitable for development. So it could be an old mill, an old factory that's found itself within the greenbelt, but it could actually be brought forward as part of the plan. So the council, as you said, has been a bit of a fugazi with the numbers that they've said that they're putting in additional greenbelt. Now, in the case of Bury, and it might be similar for other districts, the greenbelt additions that they've proposed and put forward are undeliverable for housing. So it's not necessarily giving us any additional high-quality greenbelt access to high-quality spaces. So that's happened, I would presume, across the board, that playing with the numbers doesn't necessarily give us a sustainable plan. So taking, for instance, 63 hectares of high quality usable space near to where I live in Bury, and replacing that with land in a valley that isn't walkable, usable, is not, in my opinion, a good swap of land usage. So I just wanted to make that point that using the word greenbelt additions is not extremely accurate.
Okay, thank you. And I take it, will you be coming to the Greenbelt Edition sessions where we talk about those specifically, if you've got specific comments to make?
Is that this afternoon?
No. The Greenbelt Editions are actually in the new year, towards the end in March, I think. So there's just keep an eye on the programme for that. If you're particularly interested in discussing those, then that would be the point.
Yeah, I'm down for the 24th, which is obviously for the allocations that I'm interested in.
Okay, yeah, thank you. CPRE again, thank you.
Yeah, it was just following up from Stephen's comment. For Greenbelt Editions, it ought to be looking at the functionality of sites in terms of contribution to Greenbelt. And can I just ask for clarity, and apologies if I've missed it, will there be, because obviously there's 9 sessions for each area, is there going to be a catch-all hearing session where, because I'm those kinds of points I could mention 9 times over in each of the different sessions, or will there be an overarching hearing?
Which sessions are you talking about? The Greenbelt
for Greenbelt Editions, because there's like a principle, isn't there?
Well, that's what I'm. That's what
here.
That's for here.
Okay,
that's for here and now.
Okay.
But as the GMCA said, it's very much an individual justification about whether the site meets exceptional circumstances. We may end up saying the same thing for each site, but that's fine as well.
Okay.
But as we work through that, we might come to a conclusion that you don't need to repeat those points because you made them on the first site or whatever.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yes, GMCA, did you want to respond to any of the points? Oh, sorry, Turleys, thank you.
That's fine, Ma'am. I had only just popped it up because it was in response to the CPRE's comment. You will have seen from Peel's representations that we also have some concerns about the principle of exceptional circumstances around additions, but I'm very happy to just have that noted, and then we'll return to them in the site-specific sessions. I think that's probably there is a blend of principle and detail that needs considering in relation to each site, in our view.
Yeah, that's fine. So we'll discuss that as and when we need to for each site. And you are down to attend, aren't you?
Yes,
for some
for
of
the
them?
relevant ones. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. GMCA, I just checked. Friends of Bury Folk, your sign's still up. Did you? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would want to make one of these plans for 9 authorities? Damned if you do and damned if you don't, but there you are. Can I just very quickly say something about the 2 different ways in which generic were played on the other side of the room? So, Councillor Harris, there should be a generic answer in relation to all the Greenbelt Editions. The only generic answer there can be is that in order for there to be a Greenbelt Edition, one needs to demonstrate exceptional circumstances. The clue is in the phrase exceptional circumstances. You need obviously then to look at each individual proposed Greenbelt Edition to see whether there are whether there's a case of merit, if you like, that's been made out for the exceptional circumstances in each instance. So you can't generically say, oh, all the Greenbelt Editions are there because of proposition X, whatever it might be. You have to look at each edition in turn, which we're going to be doing next year, as you've said. So that's my response to that point. The other way in which generic was played was whether there should be some form of, let's move away from the word generic, some form of overarching policy in places for everyone in relation to either POL, protected open land, or safeguarded land. There isn't. It wasn't seen to be necessary for this plan to do that. It was seen to be appropriate to leave that subject to each of the local plans as they come forward. Obviously, as we've heard, 6 of the 9 already have such policies, and as each local plan is brought forward after places for everyone, it would be for each authority to review those policies. That's our position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no further points to raise in relation to that. Does anybody wish to say anything finally, including those that haven't spoken so far? Okay. Okay, thank you. And on question 4.3, which relates to relevant neighbouring local planning authorities, I don't have any questions for the GMCA in relation to this point. Was there anything that anybody wanted to say, though? No? CPRA? No, that's fine. CPRE?
Hi. Our comments related to progress in terms of housing delivery on the border of Greater Manchester. So Cheshire West and Cheshire East have had a rip-roaring success with 340% and 300% delivery against targets. So understanding whether there's a interplay on whether those housing numbers can contribute, because a lot of people commute in and out of Greater Manchester from outlying Cheshire. Indeed, there were colleagues here yesterday who did exactly that. So, yeah, understanding the scale to which housing has already been provided in those localities. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to that? I think it's a question about housing market areas potentially. But
yes, but also we covered this, didn't we? I would say anyway, in relation to the duty to cooperate at the in the first week. I mean, obviously it's raised here because item C in paragraph 141 of the framework is that before going to the green belt, one needs to do various things, and one of those things is to have your approach, quote unquote, informed by discussions with neighbouring authorities about whether they could accommodate some of the identified needs of development as demonstrated through the Statement of Common Ground. Well, that process has been gone through exhaustively. The cap has been passed round, the hat has been passed round, and it's come back empty, as explained in the first week. It's as simple as that. I mean, yes, would that was the case that we could say, here's our need, and some of these neighbouring authorities are going to take some of that need, but that hasn't turned out to be the position. And the process that's been gone through has been, as I said in the first week, I mean, I've certainly never seen a more exhaustive process, frankly, in relation to the duty to cooperate. I mean, you'll have your own experience, but it's extremely detailed and thorough.
okay. So I just wanted. So I think what CPRE was saying was because Cheshire West and the other Cheshire Authority are doing so well, can't what they've done count towards your figures?
Well, the answer to that's no, but
I think was that what you were asking?
Well, yeah, I think it's important to remember, whilst we might have rehearsed and gone over these points before, some people might be in the room or watching on Greenbelt and want to understand if there's exceptional circumstance to go in the Greenbelt. And not only are there over-provision of houses on the borders of Greater Manchester, authorities within Salford, Wigan, Rochdale, Manchester, they've all oversupplied. Salford to 287%, Wigan 174%, Rochdale 169%, and Manchester 169%. So the point, I've made the point before in the housing topic, but it's also appropriate to mention it when we're discussing, is there exceptional circumstance to go into the Green Belt? So I felt under this question it is an appropriate issue to raise.
Okay, and those figures you just quoted in terms of oversupply, do you mean that those are the figures from the housing delivery test? Is that
yeah, they're the most recent government figures on housing delivery performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything further?
No, I won't rise the whole debate about whether there's any such thing as oversupply and over-delivery. I mean, if these are homes for people to live in. I won't rise the debate. Rise the debate.
Yes.
Francis Henriard, I find that response rather disappointing because if we have this over
Sorry, your microphone's not on. So can you bring it a bit closer as well?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm really sorry.
It's obviously a sensitive button.
It's a very sensitive thing. To say that they've got a 200% over delivery in Salford, but that doesn't count against allocations. New allocations, I think, is a real downward spiral to hell as far as allocations are concerned.
Okay, I thank you. I understand the point that you made. I suppose the question we're asking here is whether relevant neighbouring authorities, so that's people outside of the GMCA area, could accommodate some of the housing, and the response is set out by the GMCA to that. But your point was noted. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for this session then. Does anybody else wish to raise anything that they haven't done so far, including those that haven't said anything? Not you again. CPRE,
Yeah,
please.
no, it is just coming back to the point that was made from GMCA's QC. At the end of the day, CPRE does want enough houses to be developed, but there's absolutely no evidence to show releasing Greenbelt size builds houses that are affordable to deal with housing shortages. And it's a bit rich. We're at an examination. We're trying to establish, does countryside land need to be used for new housing or new jobs? And we're trying to investigate that. I've read through every single draft on all the way through the processes and made reasonable responses. And I just think it's a bit poor, actually, to have that type of assertion that we're trying to undermine housing delivery across Greater Manchester. It's not the case. So it's been raised twice now, and I didn't like it yesterday, and I didn't like it today.
I think it's helpful that you've set out your context and
yes,
where the CPRE are coming from. I'm sure GMCA have heard that. What I don't want to end up in is a fractious debate. It's not the place for that. So I understand. I did see Friends of Bury Folk had their. Did you want to say anything?
Is this the morning session only up to question 4.3?
Yes, it is.
So 4.4 is this afternoon?
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In that case, then, I have no... Oh, Lichfield. You can't keep doing this to me. I just about...
No, it's not a question in relation to any of the questions we've talked about so far.
Okay.
It's more about tomorrow or this afternoon's, the procedure, just to be clear exactly what we're looking at, and in particular on the question of the supply.
Yeah.
How much detail are we envisaging being able to go into on the supply question? And I suppose if it's not being dealt with today, then when are we going to be looking at the detailed supply trajectories of each of the authorities through the examination? I'm just conscious that, look at the latest figures, there's 178,000 units in the existing supply from the SLA sites, and we've got days relating to the allocations, which make up 20-odd thousand. I just want to know, are we giving sufficient scrutiny to the claim supply, and just to ensure that that's as robust as it needs to be, because we do have some issues in relation to that supply.
I don't want to pass the buck here, but I'm not dealing with that session this afternoon. Can you just bear in mind your points made? So I think you'll just need to see where the discussion goes, and then raise the point if necessary.
Is this Mr. Fieldhouse's session or Mr. Lee's session?
Mr.
Both?
Fieldhouse and Mr. Lee this afternoon.
Oh, I see.
So
Housing
it's
and
combined, housing and employment.
Commercial.
Yeah,
the same pattern. I should be used to it by now. I mean, some guidance on the point, whether it's when we start later on, would be very useful. I mean, I've got something to say about this, but I'm happy to say it later on, obviously. I mean, I certainly don't see this process as a process which will be examining the supply in any detail at all, frankly, and I'm very happy to explain why I say that. I'll either do it now or later. I mean, tell me what you'd like me to do and I'll do it.
Well, to be fair to all the participants that are coming this afternoon, some of whom may not be here now, I think it is better to do it this afternoon. And I was going to go through that in some detail, setting out what our position is in terms of that, and I'd invite GMCA to comment on that, and indeed others, because you're quite right. I mean, we could spend a lot of time scrutinising the existing supply assumptions, as you have done, and I appreciate that. But there are other people who have got different views about what that data is and what it tells us. So anyway, we will set the context before we get into it. So I'm afraid you're going to have to wait another, whatever it is, 3.5 hours. But you may find a football match or two to watch in the meantime. So it's not all bad news.
Can you tell Mr Fieldhouse is a football fan? Yeah, I mean, thank you. We will break now, and we aren't due to start the session because there are some other people coming. So we'll return at 2 o'clock. And I do apologise for those that are here that have to wait, but hopefully that's okay, and you can return for this afternoon's session. Okay, thank you everybody for your contributions this morning.
Okay, it is 2:00, so this places for everyone joint development plan document examination hearing session is now open. I'm William Fieldhouse, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan, along with Louise Gibbons and Stephen Lee. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay? Good, yeah. Okay, I mean, just a reminder to everyone, actually, if you could make sure that your microphones are reasonably close and that you're talking towards it. I know quite often you may be looking at me or someone else, but try and have your microphone so that it'll be in the line of fire, because apparently there were occasionally some difficulties picking it up, particularly, not so much in the room, but particularly on the online broadcast, I think, sometimes. And I know there was at least one person that was finding it hard to hear some of the contributions that were made this morning. So just bear that in mind, please. And if anyone can't hear at any point, do let us know, and we'll make sure whoever it is adjusts the microphone accordingly. So, okay, just a few other sort of reminders, housekeeping things, etc. If you could all make sure you've switched your mobile phones and laptops to silent, he says, checking. You've got water. There are other refreshments available in adjournments, but please don't bring food or hot drinks into the room. We will probably have an adjournment around 3:15, depending on how we're getting on through the agenda items. You probably all know by now that the toilets are located back in the reception area where you came in. I don't think there are any fire alarm tests planned for this afternoon. So if the alarm does go off, we will need to evacuate following the green emergency exit signs. There's a door over there and there's a door over here. Just a reminder, which most of you will know, that the purpose of this examination, including this hearing session, is to help us decide if the plan submitted in February 2022 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. So this afternoon, we've got issue 4.2, which is about it's a continuation of whether removing land from the Greenbelt is necessary to meet housing and employment development needs, and specifically questions Q 4.4 to 4.8. So I'll start, as we normally do, with a few questions to the GMCA team, and when we've heard responses to those, I will also invite contributions from others. When I invite you to, when you wish to speak, could you please turn your nameplate up vertically, then I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. And then when I do invite you to speak, obviously, remember to switch your microphone on and then to switch it off again. Afterwards, just to pick up on a point that was raised at the end of this morning's session, before I actually get into some questions about to GMCA under the second agenda item, I will have some sort of words of context to say about what the existing land supply figures are and to the extent to which we'll be looking at those in any detail. So just to bear that in mind. Is there anything procedural or anything anybody wishes to ask at this point in time? Sorry, yep.
We've got some new people. Would it be possible to do an introduction, if that's okay?
Sorry, I'm going to go around the table.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you,
okay,
Chair.
No, okay, so I will do that now. Thank you for reminding me, and everyone can introduce themselves. Also, we've had some feedback about the broadcasting. It's difficult for them to keep up if we go too quickly around the table. So when it's your turn to introduce yourself, just take a second, put your microphone on and just briefly introduce yourself and who you're representing if relevant. So if I could start with the GMCA team, and they will set the pace. We'll observe an appropriate pace.
Right, nice and steady, I hope. So good afternoon. I'm Christopher Katkowski, King's Counsel for the 9 authorities.
Good afternoon, Anne Morgan from the Greater Manchester Combined Authority.
Hi, Philippa Brunsden from Bury Council.
Hello, Claire Taylor-Russell from the GMCA.
Hello, I'm Christopher Young, King's Counsel.
I'm here instructed by Turley on behalf of Peel Land and Property, and I'm also with Dave Trimmingham, who will be answering some of your specific questions in due course.
Good afternoon. I'm Colin Robinson from Lichfields, and I'm here representing Russell LDP.
Good afternoon. Brian O'Connor from Lichfields, representing a house building consortium.
Good afternoon. It's John Coxon from Emery Planning, representing Wayne Estates, Wayne Homes and Hollins Strategic Land.
Hello, Poppy Oakey from Eden Planning, instructed by Moorland Capital No. 1 Limited.
Good afternoon, Matthew Dorber from Barton Wilmore Now Stantec, representing the Walshaw Consortium. I'm hot desking with Greg Dixon, also from Barton Wilmore Now Stantec, representing Barrett and Jones Homes.
Good afternoon, Justin Cove from Hive Land and Planning, representing Red Row Homes.
Conor Valley from Avison Young, representing the Northern Gateway Development Vehicle.
I'm Rob Haslam from Harworth Group.
Good afternoon, Paul Williams from Mosaic Town Planning, representing Persimmon Homes and Morris Homes.
Good afternoon, Philip Robson, representing Colliers.
James Stevens, Home Builders Federation.
Hello, I'm Carol Birchmore. I'm a councillor for Radcliffe East.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Bagshaw on behalf of Peter Simon. Is it possible to have a copy of the agenda, please?
Okay, is there someone, the programme officer's not here at the moment. Yes, in due course, or maybe in the short term you could just have a glance at your neighbours. But
yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, someone's popping out. Thank you very much.
Councillor Robin Garrido, Salford, representing Worsley and Westwood Park, and also representing RAID, Residents Against Inappropriate Developments.
Good afternoon, Frances Henry. I'm here on behalf of Action Against Rural Development, a Greenbelt group based in Salford.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Councillor Jackie Harris, representing Bury Metropolitan Borough Council.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Stephen Cluer, representing the Friends of Bury Folk.
Gillian Boyle, local resident. I'm also a chartered surveyor and chartered town planner.
All right, sorry about that. Good afternoon. Peter Thompson, representing myself, local resident in South Manchester.
Jackie Copley from CPRE, the Countryside Charity.
Marge Powner from Friends of Carrington Moss.
Good afternoon, Anne Ripley, representing Bamford Greenbelt Action Group and Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
Matthew Broadbent, Save Royton's Greenbelt.
Okay, thank you. Well, I could hear you all, hopefully, and thank you for going at the pace. I think that would have been okay, but we'll find out in due course, no doubt. Anyway, could everyone hear everyone else okay, or was there any particular problems that people have got hearing? No, okay. Thank you for that. Right, so, as I said, there's 5 items on the agenda today. The first one is a question 4.4, which was about the selecting the allocations in the plan, really, and whether consideration was given to previously developed land and land as well served by public transport. Now, this is an issue that we considered yesterday in some depth in terms of the whole site selection methodology for the allocations that are in the plan. And also we will come on to it on a site-specific basis when we look at all of the allocations in the sessions after Christmas. So I don't want to go over what we went over yesterday. nor do I want to get into site-specific things that we're going to look at in due course. But I'm conscious that it was a question that was in our matters, issues and questions, and some of you weren't here yesterday. So is there any essential points that people wish to make about the extent to which those factors, i.e. availability of brownfield land and public transport accessibility, were taken into account when selecting the allocations removed from the green belt in the plan? If not, that's fine. As I said, we went through it thoroughly yesterday along with some of the considerations. Sorry. No, I thought someone was putting their hand up. Okay, so we'll move on then, and we'll move on to questions for 4.5 and 4.6. So question 4.5 is there a quantitative need to remove land from the green belt in the plan area to ensure the provision of at least 164,880 net additional homes in the period 2021 to 2037? So this question is about the overall picture, not about the situation in each of the districts, which I'll deal with under question 4.6. But as I said, if you just bear with me, I'm going to set a bit of context to this, if I could. Obviously, we've discussed the housing requirement figure for the plan as a whole and the spatial strategy, including the distribution of housing proposed in Table 7.2 and how that relates to where needs are and the types of homes required. So we're not going to go over that again. So this issue, as I say, is strictly about whether the evidence we have indicates there is a quantitative need to take land out of the green belt to ensure that those housing needs could be met, and if so, how much land may need to be removed from the green belt. So Table 7.1 in the submitted plan identifies the number of new homes that could be potentially accommodated within the existing urban areas based on individual districts' 2020 strategic land availability assessments, with small site windfalls and adjustments for expected demolitions in some areas. That's broadly what that table does?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So obviously, we've also issued a number of supplementary questions asking for some further figures to be provided in terms of updates to that, and they've been published at various points. But following the hearing sessions in week 1, we issued action point number 5, which focused in on a set of figures that was particularly related to two things. One, an update to Table 7.1 that used the latest information available relating to housing land availability. And that is information that was published on the GMCA website, I think, in October 2022, the broad line figures. But we also asked you to do that looking ahead to a planned period of 2039. Okay, so what we got is a response to that last week, and then when we issued the agenda, helpfully, we did a summary table of what those figures said in terms of setting out both the position in the submitted plan and in the potential modification relating to this supply situation, the allocations, and what the requirements would be. So does everybody have that to hand? Because I'm conscious, as is often the case when we talk about housing number, there's lots of different figures that can be referred to, but I really want to use that set of figures as the currency that we can all talk about. I'm conscious that there may be some issues around what those figures are and where they've come from, etc., and we'll deal with that in due course. But that's the set of figures I'm going to be referring to myself, and hopefully they're the figures that others can refer to too. Okay. So the the other thing that we got in response to action point 6 was an indication of what the updated information was that lies behind those figures. So people have had that, and they can had a chance to look and see what that is. So I mean, I'm not going to move on now to a general point when this is picking up, I think, Mr. O'Connor's point, asking for a bit of clarity about what we want to do with these figures and how much we want to look into the background to them. So we've already discussed the relative roles of the plan and local plans, And we know that there's been a modification proposed to try to clarify that, including in terms of what local plans will be expected to do in terms of identifying land for housing to meet the minimum housing requirements set out in the plan. And you've seen the modifications to various parts of the plan, including paragraph 11.2. And obviously we're going to come on to look at the housing policies in due course next week. So we know that some of you house builders spent a lot of time when you were scrutinising the plan and the evidence that was provided for the figures in table 7.1. And obviously you've provided alternative figures based on your own assessments of that evidence. And some of you are saying that it's unrealistically high and or it's in the wrong places, etc., etc. But we're also aware that there's views to the contrary, that the plan underestimates the amount of homes that could be provided within existing urban areas for a number of different reasons, depending on the spatial strategy, the assumptions about what land may come forward, densities, all these sort of things. So there's different positions on that, as is ever the case. So to address the point, I suppose, more directly, and I'll give GMCA a chance to comment on this as well, we see that the detailed assessment of land supply in each district will be something that will inevitably be looked at in detail when those local plans are brought forward. Those local plans have a big job still to do in identifying sufficient land to meet the minimum housing requirements in the plan. So we don't intend to look in detail, scrutinising in the ways that you may do for different reasons, the existing housing land supply data in each district. What we are interested in is whether the data that we do have and the information that we have represents proportionate and up-to-date evidence to inform our judgment as to whether there are exceptional circumstances to remove land from the greenbelt in this plan. And if so, whether the amount of land removed from the greenbelt is broadly justified in terms of that contextual information that we have about what land there is available in non-greenbelt locations. So that's the position that we intend to take, but I'll now invite GMCA to comment on that and also allow an opportunity for others to, respond to that. Okay?
Thank you very much indeed. So thank you for that overview and guidance. I mean, from our perspective, as we know today and this afternoon, there's a session about are there exceptional circumstances to justify taking land out of the greenbelt, and obviously much of this debate is about housing, but I won't forget that it's also about other matters as well. But if I just begin if I just take housing to make the point, the position is if we just take the published plan as a proxy for this point, there are a whole bunch of later figures that we've issued in response to your questions about, were the plan period to move to start a bit later and to end a bit later, and we have all of those figures. But if we just take the published plan for the sake of the point I'm going to make, in the point that's been made by many of the people who objected to taking greenbelt land, taking land out of the greenbelt and allocating it for housing, is that when you look at the published plan on the housing side, if you look at the housing requirement for places for everyone globally, so to speak, bottom right-hand corner of table 7.2, the requirement is overall is a lower figure than the supply that is identified in table 7.1. That's the supply before you get anywhere near thinking about allocations. And so the point made very simply is, well, there isn't a need to go to the greenbelt because you've got sufficient supply without having to go to the greenbelt. And as you'll know from our paper N4.1, M4.1, that is all catalogued by us in answer to your question 4.5. And the point that we make is that although if you look at the numbers, in that straightforward way, that's the position that you get to, it is not right to assume that all of the supply is sufficiently reliable to imagine that it will all be delivered over the course of the planned period as set out in the phases which we have in the plan. And we've introduced what we describe variously as a buffer. I think the word buffer is a very misleading word because it leads one into confusion, because the framework has a buffer for the first 5 years supply. So we much prefer, I much prefer, and now we all much prefer, the terminology flexibility allowance. And that flexibility allowance is to deal with various issues surrounding viability, deliverability, the challenges that there are, and imagining that the predominantly brownfield supply will deliver as and when we would wish it to do so. So just with that in mind and thinking about the supply, there are two major battle lines, if you like, which have been drawn in the various objections that have been made. One is that there are many people who say that we have overstated the supply. And those, particularly I think on this afternoon on this side of the room, who are interested in supply, I think are all, of that line of thought, if you like, that the supply isn't anything like the supply that we've set out. And so the consequence of that, so the argument would be, therefore you need to go to the Greenbelt even more than you have gone to the Greenbelt, and more Greenbelt land should be removed and allocated for housing. Now to those, I would make this very, very simple point, picking up the theme of what you said just now. To be quite frank, that is not a matter that, as far as I'm concerned, we need to explore through the Places for Everyone examination hearings, for the simple reason that if it's right, and we don't think it is, but if that line of thought is right, then it's very, very clear, particularly with the modifications that we've suggested should be made for soundness purposes to Places for Everyone, that the subsequent local plans will have to go around this whole debate again, as you've rightly said, and they will then have to do their own heavy lifting of seeing whether the supply is indeed, as was thought at the time of Places for Everyone, what is the supply as at the time of each of these subsequent local plans being drawn up. Is there a need to look even more to the Greenbelt than Places for Everyone has? So even if those who think that we have overstated the supply are right, the answer or the antidote is to say, well, that is a matter which will be dealt with, which will have to be dealt with, when the subsequent local plans are drawn up. Obviously, then we need to think about the other side of the equation and the other side of the argument, which are those, as one always gets in these plans, those who say, well, no, there are so many more brownfield sites that you haven't sort of catalogued in your supply, and therefore you have significantly understated the supply, and you get to the position on that line of logic where there isn't a need either to go to the Greenbelt at all, or isn't a need to go to the Greenbelt for this particular allocation or that particular allocation. And to those, to that line of thought, obviously, so I think you are going to, in one of your questions, and wasn't it the question which was moved from this morning into this afternoon, I think, which is question 4.1, we are, I think, still going to talk to some extent about whether we've looked as far as reasonably possible at sources of brownfield supply.
Yeah,
so
by looking at these figures that have been provided for the housing and employment land existing supply.
Indeed, and the process.
That is it.
Exactly, and the process that we've done to reach that. That's right. Yeah. And so we're going to be examining that to that extent later on. And I mean, from our perspective, given that the true debate here, as we see it, isn't actually necessarily about the supply, but rather about the flexibility allowance and the whole idea of there being a flexibility allowance, and how much flexibility one should build into the plan to ensure that one has as safe a plan as one can make it, if you like. We would have to be very, very significantly out, if you like, in terms of our work, in terms of having, in this line of thought, understated the supply. We would have to be very significantly out for there to be any question of there being no longer a need to go to the green belt. So that's how I do the broad brushstrokes of all of this. So I certainly support, on behalf of the 9, I certainly support the position that you've adopted, sir, in your opening remarks, and I'm grateful to you for them. And they chime with, I mean, it's a thought I've had from early on in this, which is, this is all very interesting, but what has the supply actually got to do with the debate, if you like, in terms of the micro-analysis of the supply, which some, perhaps quite a few, would be very interested in drilling into. So that's what I wanted to say, sir.
Okay, well, as I say, our focus is, it's part, we're interested in the existing supply, insofar as it is a critical part of our consideration of whether there are exceptional circumstances to take land out of the greenbelt, and if so, roughly how much. That's our interest in it. It isn't the interest that one would have if one was doing a five-year housing land supply inquiry or something of that nature, obviously. Right, I'm going to come on shortly to go through some questions about the what the update is, and then what the figures are and where they come from for the 2022, and then look at the 2 different scenarios, as I say, that are set out in the 2 tables that were attached to the agenda, in terms of what those figures, if we accept those figures as being what they are, what they tell us about the need for release of greenbelt. So I'll come on to that. But as I said, before I do that, I will give people an opportunity to comment back on, the approach that I was intending to take, and GMCA's response to what I said. So, yeah, Litchfields.
Thank you, sir. I suppose I'm a bit taken aback and a bit perplexed, to be honest, with this approach. And obviously this is the first we've kind of seen sight of this was going to be the line moving forward. I suppose what we've got in front of us is a joint development plan for the 9 authorities, and therefore we need to consider it in the context of what's in the framework. And we can't just cherry pick what we need to review and what we need to assess. The housing land supply, as set out in the latest supply trajectory, is fundamental to the plan, not just in terms of the numbers. It's fundamental to ensuring that the right mix is proposed. Obviously, there's a housing mix policy we'll come on to later in December. There's also objective 3 in terms of meeting the overall needs. There's an objective in terms of trying to meet or deliver 50,000 affordable units. There's a huge amount of other things associated with the supply, not just the supply itself. Ultimately, obviously, as was pointed out, we are of the opinion that the supply is overstated, and I'm sure people on the other side of the fence will argue the opposite, as you said. And surely this conversation has to be had now, because if the people on the other side of the room are correct, do we need less greenbelt release? Whereas if we're correct, we need more greenbelt release, and that's fundamental to the plan. Obviously, you guys are the inspectors, and you guys have to make a judgment on this. But I mean, from past experience of plan making in Greater Manchester, I mean, we've been looking at this plan since 2014. That's 8 years. There's been a dearth of plan progress at the local level. I mean, if I'm being completely frank and honest, I think this is just kicking the can down the road. And as we possibly picked up on day one, unless there's very clear instructions set out in the PFE and a fallback and check and balance approach that, in 5 years' time, if a local authority hasn't prepared a plan, then what do we do? Because there's every possibility that at a local level there will be no appetite to review the greenbelt, and now is the opportunity to do it, not wait a number of years for that to play out in due course. Thank you.
Yes, and I fully understand your point, and you made it, and we're fully aware of it. We've been aware of it from the outset, and hence some of our questions early on, preliminary questions and further questions, etc., and the response relating to the modifications. You're right, this is a joint plan, but it's not a whole joint plan, is it? It's a joint plan that does certain things, and one of the things that it doesn't do is secure the overall housing land supply.
But the intention at the outset was for this plan to be an all-encompassing plan, and that the local plans which would sit underneath it were intended to be development management and picking up local issues, not necessarily strategic issues such as housing and employment land.
Well, that may be your view of what the intention was at the outset, I don't know. And what I know is what this plan says. It was ambiguous in some ways, hence our preliminary questions, and the responses we've had have clarified it. And it's made, to me, it's quite clear that it is not seeking to secure the overall housing land supply in every district. It's making a contribution to it by taking some land out of the Greenbelt. And the rest will be secured through local plans.
I don't think that was ever the intention. I mean,
Well, you say,
they've
okay.
introduced a main modification into the plan to allow Greenbelt release through the local plans, whereas actually if you look at the earlier correspondence from the GMCA, they were explicit in this was the one opportunity to review Greenbelt release. Yeah. So it almost seems like they're just changing their tune in the examination process.
Yeah. I'll work around the table, but I may as well come back so I don't forget to come back to Turley.
Thank you very much. So if we look at table 7.1 and focus specifically on your question at this point, which is that provision?
Sorry, I'm going to come on to that. I was just, at this moment, I'm just going to give an opportunity to comment on the principle of the extent to which we need to delve into the detail. Is that what you were going to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but you'll tell me if I'm off direction. But table 7.1 gives you a figure, an estimated land supply of 190,752, and that's over the plan period. So that's what the supply is said to be. But and of those, 20,236 are the proposed allocations. So we know the proportions. That means there's 170,385, which are the urban supply. So let's just call it 170,000. Now, PFE's strategic viability study considered the deliverability of that supply, and that concluded that 69% of the identified supply is deliverable as full market housing, i.e. zero affordable housing. Once you introduce affordable housing of any scope into it, then that figure will reduce. So that means that 59,000, 31% of the identified supply, is currently unviable, even with zero affordable housing. Now, the consequence of that is that even on the assumption of no affordable housing through the whole of that urban supply, it's clear that without significant improvements in viability or third-party funding or something of that kind, then the supply of land is demonstrably below the capacity that's been identified. So 131,500 net additional homes, 33,380, 20% below PFE's minimum housing requirements. So there's no doubt that the Greenbelt releases are needed, even on their own viability evidence. But more importantly, I understand how Hamlin and Friend puts it, this side of the room will argue for more Greenbelt release, the other side of the room will argue for less. But on the evidence that's before you, a lot more is needed because a lot of that urban supply isn't viable. Why do I raise that now? Well, you forgive me for making the point again. As my learned friend rightly identifies, if we're right, if we on the development side say more is released, then the antidote, he says, is the local plans. So that makes it even more essential that these local plans come forward and that you identify a timetable for that. Absolutely crucial. And secondly, the monitoring, which doesn't sound very exciting, but is absolutely essential in an effective planning system, that we have this carefully monitored. So as soon as the plan is adopted, we know where this is going, what the direction of travel is, and so on. Now, there's a lot more to this, but in terms of answering that question, hopefully that does answer the question.
Yeah, and that's the monitoring and the timetable are the things that we've got. This is specific proposals that you've put forward and described in the week one session. So, yeah, understood.
Emphasised by what was said by the GMCA 8 minutes ago.
Okay, thank you. Right, we'll move on. Emery, please.
Thank you, sir. I think just in terms of this point, I think obviously you said, well, clearly we're keen to understand
where the data represents proportionate and up-to-date evidence to justify the amount of land to be released from the Greenbelt. And I think in terms of the amount of land, I think from my perspective, the only way you can really determine that is to understand the extent of that supply. Just in terms of the point around the flexibility allowance, and I think Mr. Katkowski said, you know, look, we'd need to be very significantly out to, you know, for the figures to be fundamentally wrong in effect. Well, I think the representations from us say that actually they are very significantly out. Mr. Young pointed to the evidence, and that's the GMCA's own evidence, which says that only 68% of the Schlar supply is viable, and therefore applying the test of developable, without getting into the arguments about supply, but the test of developable in the framework, that a very large proportion of the supply can't be considered developable. So there's a massive difference from where the parties are and where the GMCA are in terms of supply. I also agree with Mr. O'Connor in terms of if you don't understand the extent of the shortfall, that creates issues. It's relevant to how you meet that shortfall, and also where the problems lie in terms of the short-term issues in supply and the longer-term issues, and the best way of addressing that. In terms of the permanence of the Greenbelt, potentially you're going into the Greenbelt twice. And I think, you know, Part 2 plans that I've been involved in historically, your Part 1 plan may defer Greenbelt release to Part 2 plans, but typically it will provide some clear guidance on how much and you know, broadly where that will be located. But here I think we'd be leaving that to an unknown if we don't understand the extent of the shortfall. Also, just to raise another point, we clearly have discussed the distribution of housing already, and I don't wish to revisit that. But you'll recall, I think, under your questioning, it became apparent that, you know, a fundamental factor in determining that distribution was the existing supply. And I suppose, again, understanding that supply then is important to understanding other elements of the strategy and whether they are sound. And in that regard, you can also note, as we're now we're going to come on to discuss the 2022 figures, but just to make a point on them in relation to that point, that the two authorities on the 2022 figures that see the biggest uplift in supply seem to be Bury and Trafford, whereby the authority is going significantly below local housing need. And I think we just need to think about that in terms of where we're applying the rules and so on, which is each authority seeking to meet its local housing need if it can, how these figures affect that. But finally, I think in terms of Mr. Young's point about the mechanism for those local plans to come forward, clearly there's been main modifications to paragraph 11.2. I think we would completely agree. I think without prejudice to our wider concerns on this issue, we would completely agree that if those plans are not required not just to do potentially heavy lifting, but also understanding the extent of the supply, an issue as fundamental as that, then I think we need very clear policy, a very clear policy requirement for those plans to come forward as quickly as possible, because this plan then becomes very heavily reliant on those district local plans, and it would be critical that they come forward in a timely manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Understood. Barton Wilmore, please.
Thank you. So it's 2 points really. One is a point of clarity really. As I understand it from your statement, we'll still be discussing the specific supplies of each authority in terms of exceptional circumstances today, and that will drill down into the detail of the supply. Is that correct?
Well, the discussion I was going to have was on the basis of these numbers that were provided with the agenda, i.e. in the full knowledge that some of you think that they're overestimates and some of you think they're underestimates. So I was going to have the discussion of that, yes, but in the context of those numbers, as opposed to some different set of numbers.
Does that include sort of numbers that would come from a challenge to the numbers in the new table 7.1? Because I'm conscious, obviously, representing my clients and their interest in Walshaw, and there's obviously background with the previous main modification that's now come out. It is a relevant discussion for now, I would think, because it goes back to the exceptional circumstances case, that particular allocation.
Look, as I said, the starting point is that our starting point is to consider whether there are exceptional circumstances to remove land from the Greenbelt, and if so, how much and where, based on the numbers in the submitted plan and the updated information that we've got. In the full knowledge that we've got representations from this side that have provided various different figures that you could discount these figures by, ranging from, I think, Lichfield's 16% overall, on viability evidence, whatever it was Mr. Young mentioned, 30%. We've got lots of different figures that we can think about in terms of the extent to which these figures are overestimates. Fully aware of all that, yeah. So let's come back to it when we go through the questions I have relating to the as I said, there's two questions here, 4.5 and 4.6. So I'm going to come on to question 4.5 first, which is the bottom line figures, if you like, and then 4.6, looking at what the figures tell us about the needs in different districts.
Okay, yeah, understood. Just in terms of use Lichfield as an example, the figures that were produced, I assume that they were done on the basis of the 2020 SHLA, though. So obviously there's a difference there that in the case of some specific authorities, there's quite a significant difference and a number of sites that are open to challenge. Will there be an opportunity for parties to submit in writing an assessment of the 2022 information so that you have the opportunity to have that to hand when you're making your judgments?
Well, I don't know. If we need that, we'll decide after today. But I'm certainly not going to say that's the case now. No, for the reasons that I set out at the beginning of this discussion. Really, that how far that will help us, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to carry on round on this particular sort of contextual issue first. Before we get on to the specific questions 4.5 and 4.6. So moving along to Hive, please.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, as it wouldn't come as a surprise that I support the views of my colleagues to my right. I think it may then, thanks for your clarification there in terms of matters you're going to be covering in the later questions, but I think already we're seeing housing land supply being used as a tool to effectively change the plan. And just referring to Mr. Dover's comment there in respect of Walshaw, and that is being used as a means to adopt an alternative strategy to the one that was submitted. So I just want, hopefully we can pick this up in the very discussion in more detail, but I'm just looking for a consistency of approach really more than anything else.
Don't get distracted by the Walshaw case, because it doesn't have any status as far as we're concerned, that proposed modification. As I said last week, or the first week, we wouldn't even contemplate, coming to a conclusion about whether any allocations ought to be taken out or any more added until we've been through a whole series of considerations, including this, but also looking at all the sites, etc., etc. So let's not get distracted by the Walshaw elephant in the room.
It's just a big elephant.
Yeah. But do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
And I hope that'll be reassuring to some and disappointing to others, I know, but I mean, we've just got to go through this step by step.
Understood, sir.
I'll quickly go back to Lichfields, and then I'll move on to the other side of the table.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Just two further points just on that in general points. First, in relation to the buffer, we obviously heard Mr. Kakowski say that the buffer proposed in this plan, or flexibility allowance, is very significantly over. But actually, when you consider this in the context that we're potentially elongating the plan period by an additional 2 years, potentially, I just wanted to point out just two authorities. Tameside has a buffer on table 6.3 of 6%, which equates to 442 units. So therefore, it's less than 1 year supply. So I don't think that's very significantly over. And similarly, Rochdale has a 16% buffer, which actually only equates to 1,576, which again is less than 2 year supply. And because we're elongating the plan period potentially to 2039 or wherever it might be, then that's obviously, it's not a fair reflection. The second point I wanted to raise was in relation to the tables. If you look at the figures in the tables, the tables.
Yet, I'm going to.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry. It was just one quick point on that. It just goes back to this question 4.1, have all reasonable opportunities been explored? If you look at the figures in the table, Bolton's figure in 2039 is less than the figure in 2037, and the increase in Rochdale is 158, increase in Salford is 81, increase in Wigan is 7. So this just demonstrates that actually every square inch of Greater Manchester has been examined. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Right, let's move on to the other side, if we could. Councillor Garrido, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. I have to say to start with, I'm rather disturbed at the way this conversation started this afternoon, because certainly our opinion, I think, as said from the community side, was that this plan was going to be the definitive plan in terms of allocations of land, whether it be Greenbelt or whatever. And it would just appear from what you said at the beginning that may not necessarily be the case. So I'd like some clarification on that. I think when you start talking about figures and the supply and so on, we've already demonstrated in Salford that GMCA figures are in fact differ quite substantially, in fact by 6,000 to Salford's own figures, and that was in their own report, the GMSF report in November 2020. So I think we view the supply figures with some scepticism. Certainly as far as Salford is concerned, we have been probably one of the largest areas that have been developed, particularly around the old Salford area, Salford Quays and Islington and all those sorts of areas. And in fact, the reason for having more land available is so that more social housing can be built. And yet it can be demonstrated in Salford that very little social housing has been allocated from the many thousands of new properties which have been built. So I think there is very little justification in our view of the need for that extra land in terms of the green belt, particularly in my area. And we can actually say quite clearly that that 6,000 overestimate would actually take account of that green belt. We wouldn't need that green belt if those figures are correct. And that's GMCA's own figures.
Okay. Well, I'll come on to the districts, as I say, under 4.6, sorry. So I just wanted to, any sort of general points about, you know, what we've talked about the housing land supply information. So, yes, sorry, I can't read the nameplate from here, but just introduce yourself.
It's Frances Henry speaking for ARD. I just want to make a point about the local plan. Salford actually have got their local plan, and during that process we were not allowed to discuss allocations that were taking out of Greenbelt. We had to marry to the GMCA, to the PFE document. And so actually bringing forward local plans, all you're actually going to do is bring those local plans to match the brolly on the top of the PFE. So I don't understand how that is going to work to anybody's advantage except the other side of the room.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I actually like to keep things quite simple.
Good.
Basically.
Good.
Yes. I mean, the decision will have to be made as to whether this plan is sound or not. And with all due respect, it'll be down to the three of you, your planning inspectors, the three of you, to decide whether it is sound. Now, we on this side of the room say it is unsound. When I say we, I'm referring to MP James Daly, who was speaking this morning, my councillor colleagues from a couple of other authorities, and also the lobby groups who are here. We are saying it is unsound. And one of the things that Mr Daly brought up, which I think is hugely significant, is why have there been, well, he didn't mention the 83 pages of modifications. If the plan is so sound, I mean, been working on it for 6 years. I can't understand why now there's modifications of such a large degree. We on this side of the table also are aware of the number, and there are too many to mention, of the procedural errors that have been made in the formulation of the plan. We know this, right? I also just want to pick up something. Forgive me, I know you didn't want to be specific, just having a go at the Walshaw thing, because I'm on from Bury, that the Greenbelt sites for rezoning were decided at a meeting in secret. We've tried freedom of information requests to find out. They were the decision, and we don't know who was there, why, what criteria the sites were brought forward.
Okay, we've heard that. You know,
yeah, I think that is important, and
okay.
Also the fact there's no minutes and certainly no evidence.
You said this in the week one, and I remember. So
yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
And also I'm repeating because I think it is very significant.
Well, please don't repeat, because we don't need things being repeated.
Well, special circumstances have never been considered. I just have to say about GMCA, Mr. Kitkowski, the fact that you are there to try to work on the case that the plan is sound. With all due respect, you've been working on it for the last 6-7 years, all your experts. It speaks volumes that you are being there to speak for them. I just want to also, forgive me, I am repeating, I did have to contradict you, Mr. Kitkowski, when you talked about government housing targets. I was backed up by Mr. James Grundy that these are not mandatory, but forgive me, I am repeating, and I really shouldn't do that. It also, with the developers, you also have your very well prepared legal team backing up your plan. You've been working on it again for all these years. The fact that you have to have this legal advice, legal assistance also speaks volumes, because basically you represent the interests of big business. And obviously the desire would be to have more greenbelt sites release that is required, so you can cherry pick the sites that go on your balance sheet. It's now called, it used to be called the buffer zone, it's now called flexibility demand. So you represent the interests of big business. We here, particularly the elected members, we represent the interests of our communities. We know our communities. We represent our communities. We are in our communities daily. We know the number of houses, the sort of houses that our communities want and need, and also the kind of jobs. So we are elected and we know what we are doing. We know our communities. It's actually called democracy.
Councillor Harris, I must stop you there, because I've got other people who've got contributions too. So thank you for that. There'll be other opportunities to speak. So can I move on now?
Yes, certainly. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, just a couple of points I'd like to bring forward. This is with regards to the submission of the plan in February 2022, and obviously the publication of the revised SLARs. Now, I can only take, obviously, an individual district to keep it simple, that in the district of Bury, they managed to come up with an additional land supply for a possible 1,200 new dwellings, which, as you know, has been part of the justification for the modification of the removal of the Walshaw site from the plan. Now, one of the things that I'm concerned about when I've actually looked at the SLARs is the number of possibilities discounted within them availability assessments. So if we look at the Bury district, like I said, that's what I look at, sorry to be specific, but there's actually a sewage works that's redundant. It could bring forward 1,725 dwellings on brownfield, well, pre-developed land, but the council's justification for it is actually within the green belt. So as I mentioned this morning, we do have pre-developed sites within the green belt that really do need to be looked at in a little bit closer detail, because there are opportunities within the green belt. I know it sounds strange to bring things forward that are not of a function. They are not functional. So looking into Bury's particular figures, they've discounted land for the possibility of 27,633 dwellings, all with different excuses. And like I said, one of the common themes going through it is the fact that it's included in the green belt. So it's pre-developed, it can be used.
Understood.
So just wanted to put that forward to you.
No,
Thank you.
And as I said, I mean, I've read, your statements and the representation. I'm very aware that there's various different ways you're looking at this, and there's one specific issue I'm going to ask GMC to respond to about the cyclical nature of brownfield land, and when you update SLARs, when you look further ahead, what you actually find is that you may find more. So I've got that, and I've got various points. Anyway, Gillian, I must move on and go down these, because we've taken up nearly an hour on this preliminary stuff. And so Gillian Boyle.
Yeah, I wasn't here this morning, so I just wanted to clarify what question on the list that we're actually responding to in this discussion, which obviously has gone on for a while.
Well, we're on the preliminary contextual stuff to questions 4.5 and 4.6, which is about the quantitative need, justification in quantitative terms. And the contextual stuff is to what extent we need to delve into the detail of what the SLARS says.
Yes.
And as I said, we take the figures that you've got as our sort of starting point to think about what they tell us,
that's in
but being
terms of
fully aware of the views that it could be too high and it could be too low.
Yeah. So this is the figure of 164,800 net additional dwellings in the plan.
Well, that's the requirement.
Yes, so that's the requirement, yeah.
And we've got various figures about what the existing supply is.
That's right, yeah, I've got the table on that. Couple of points. First of all, it's just a general point about the need for local plans, and probably share some of the concerns on the other side of the table here, that the length of this process has been an excuse in some respects for local authorities to not do a local plan, and it's only there that actually we are really going to be able to delve down into what the supply, because we know there's plenty of us around here know that there are sites that are available and can't be developed, and there may be ones in there that you can't develop. And then there's this whole issue about recycling land. Economy's changing. Our sites are going to be more housing potentially available on former office sites and retail sites. Housing needs to be in sustainable locations, not in peripheral sites. And I think that's the big problem with the greenbelt sites. If you are going to have to build on the greenbelt, and I'm not in principle against that, it should be for uses that can't be accommodated easily within the urban centres. And that hasn't happened in this plan. Just one final point, I'll be quick. Just on the figure of 164,000, if we accept that that's the figure, as I say, we think it's too low. We've already seen that the plan has identified a supply of more than that. So there's already a buffer, and that figure is based on, higher household growth, higher household size than is actually the case. So there's no quantitative need, which I think is the response. Just one very final point about the issue that was raised about affordability, which I know I have raised before. This is a separate issue, really. The reason why we don't have affordable housing is not because we've not released enough land on the green belt. And the issues on viability from my learned colleague over here, I'm afraid I've heard this all before, and it's just not the case at all. I mean, I don't want to go into a lot of detail on that, but I just do not accept what he's proposing.
CPRE. Just any sort of contextual points, because we're going to come on to...
Yeah, it is contextual point. We've been told before we're not supposed to get caught up in the detail of the quantity from previous housing ministers, but I don't see how we can. It's true to say the Greater Manchester Spatial Plan has held up all the local plans. It's built-in delay. CPRE very much wants there to be an agreed, adopted spatial plan at the Greater Manchester tier to give the combined authority a voice in terms of overall, there should be an economy of scale and there should be a reduction in the loss of greenbelt. So, but the numbers are all important to get to that point. one thing I asked for last week was understanding the square meterage of employment space in hectares. I think it'd be helpful. But yeah, I've said it before, the harm happens on day one of adoption of the plan in terms of the quantity of greenbelt that goes immediately and all the harms that go with it. We like the idea that housing is to be phased, so you start with a smaller amount and then that grows, because that, in a sense...
We'll come on to that.
Yeah, but it'd be great if Greenbelt was released accordingly in batches, but it doesn't happen like that. Yeah, so that's why it's important to get the number right.
Yeah, okay.
And one last thing, the recycling of land is important because half of the brownfield supply isn't on the brownfield registered because it's assessed as unsuitable. And we actually did an exercise with local residents looking for sites that were missing. There were a lot. We fed those sites back to the officers who've now included them, but that was literally a 2-hour job with a bunch of people. We think that there are more sites out there, and during a plan of this lifetime, you would expect land to be come forward, you know, and if there are viability issues on green, the same viability issues apply to both brownfield and greenfield sites at the current time.
Okay,
thank you.
Friends, Carrington Moss.
Yeah, I was going to raise some of the issues that have already been raised, so I won't pick up on those except to say that I think Lichfields are correct. We were all given the impression that when the Greenbelt would be released in this plan and there'd be no Greenbelt release, no subsequent Greenbelt release in local plans. So if that is going to happen now, that's a major change of understanding, and I think that does need to be clarified. I am a little bit confused because in the planning practice guidance, as I read it, I understood that the data that's in the SHLARs should include land that is suitable, available and achievable. And I understood that that was reinforcing MPPF paragraph 68. So I'm a bit confused that we now have SHLARs that don't have land that's suitable, available and achievable, because that, I thought, was on the rest of the brownfield register, of which, as Jackie says, there is a significant amount. And in fact, there is land that isn't on the brownfield register, including a 30-hectare site in Rochdale, which we find a little bit odd. But I think perhaps one of the issues here is that there's insufficient work being done with local communities to identify land and other opportunities that are available. And when we come to look at the detail, you know, we'll talk, and I'm sure my colleagues will talk, about things like the census data, which is the latest available data that demonstrates that the figures that are that have been put forward are a massive overestimate.
Okay, well, you're talking about the requirement again, and we've got the point. You know,
yeah. There's also windfall, there's density, there's a potential for new call for brownfield sites with the community. So there's the oversupply of office space. So there's a number of issues, I think, that that should have been taken into consideration.
Yeah. The basic point being, for all those reasons and various other ones that we made, that there are other opportunities that mean that these figures are underestimates.
Agree.
Yeah, okay, got it. Right. Bamford Greenbelt Action Group.
Thank you. I'm not entirely sure if this is the right place, so stop me if it's not.
Well, don't worry, no one else is ready.
I'll be honest. I was all ready to answer 4.4 and then kind of thought, oh, anyway. My point is, the other side of land supply is housing need. At the minute, the forecast population over the plan period is 158,000, with a local housing need of 165,000 and a land supply of... Oh, I apologise, sorry. The other side of land supply is housing need. At the moment, the forecast population is 158,000, a local housing need of 165,000 houses, and a land supply sufficient for 170,000 before Greenbelt release. That gives an estimate of approximately 1.2 houses per person over the period of the plan. So My point is, at the moment, Manchester has an average occupancy of 2.38 people per household, which would indicate a housing need of about 66,500 homes, which is more than adequately fulfilled with the existing land supply before Greenbelt. I know the government has said you are allowed to make a case for reducing your housing, local housing need. I'd like to know if this has been done.
Okay, thank you. You made those points under matter 2, I think, so we've got those.
Sorry.
But that's okay, but it goes back to the requirements. So, look, it is now 3:05. We have not got on to question 4.5 yet, but we will do. And it's important. I mean, you know, people have made some initial points, and certainly we don't need to make them again. I tried to reassure you that, you know, we're aware of the... yeah, sorry. Okay, Councillor Birchmore, very quickly, please.
Sorry, just can I make a point? Because there is a danger, there's always a danger with these things of slipping into talking about Greenbelt on its own or Brownfield on its own. And I really think it's important that we consider the Brownfield with the Greenbelt, because sometimes otherwise you can end up with the two competing against one another. So, for example, for me, we've got in our one ward, we've got 1,200 homes can be built on brownfield sites, and yet you're talking about putting a Greenbelt site, taking a Greenbelt site away as well.
Okay, thank you. Right. So what I'm going to do is see if you've got want to say any more general points before I ask you some questions about question 4.5.
Just have two very quick points of clarification, sir, because you might or might not be aware of the facts. So, Action Against Rural Development referred to the Salford Local Plan, which has been through its examination process. It's soon to be adopted. And the point made, quite rightly, was that it was said during that examination process, the hearings by me, in fact, that wasn't the place to discuss allocations, and that allocations were going to be discussed in Places for Everyone. And just to explain, sir, you might or might not know, the Salford Local Plan that's soon to be adopted has been through one of your colleagues' examination processes, is a local plan that doesn't make any allocations. It's development management policies only. So they just sort of sought to, having been battered around the head for years by people saying, you're waiting for Places for Everyone, you can get on and do something. They actually got on and did something. So that's that. And the other point of clarification is in relation to Friends of Carrington Moss, and that they had understood that there would be no subsequent Greenbelt releases in local plans. Just to make the point very crystal clear, as clear as I can anyway, as far as we're concerned, that's the 9, what we've put forward in the plan with the various modifications we've suggested is sound, etc., etc. We cannot, though, foreclose the business of subsequent local plans, who will, there's just no escaping from it, will have to review land supply requirements, and if at the time of making those subsequent local plans there is a need to look for further land, for example, from the Greenbelt, then that's their job. They will have to do that, and we can't shut them down from doing it.
Okay, thank you. Right. So, yeah, we've had, you know, we've been through that in that context, and I'm going to move on, if I can, please, before we have a break, to some specific questions relating to 4.5. But firstly, I'm just going to clarify a few things about the 2022 Schlar update, which the response to AP6 says that the 2022 non-Greenbelt housing land supply information that was published last week was first published on the GMCA website in October, and there was a link provided in your response to that. So is that, I think I asked you this before, but I mean, is that what is routinely done each year by the GMCA? You gather the information from the districts and present it in a sort of a Greater Manchester-wide format, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And each year, I mean, there's no requirement for a local authority to update its Schlar every year, is there?
I think the authorities do it as a matter of course. Just to update the position, they might need to update their 5-year supply position for appeals purposes, so it kind of all feeds in.
Yeah, so you gather what there is available and you publish it each year. Yeah, and the figures that you provided to us are that. It's what you would routinely gather.
Yes.
They are what they are.
Yeah.
And we can think they're too high or too low, whatever, yeah. Okay, thank you, that's right. So that's fine. And obviously, when we look at what you've provided in your table 6, AP 6.1, which is the sources of the information that you understand the districts have used, that varies by district. Some have done an updated SLA at different times since August. I think Bury were the first to do it, and then Manchester publishing it this month, or have published it. Oldham expect to publish it early in 2023. And then we've got Bolton and Rochdale that haven't indicated that there are any significant changes, and people may have a view to as to what that means, but that's the situation, and each year that could be different for different authorities. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And your understanding is obviously that, I suppose, that each district, obviously, there's the PPG that tells you how to do SLAs. Is it a reasonable assumption to say each local planning authority will use that PPG as the sort of the starting point for how it should do its SLA? Is that what you assume?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the process that they take.
Well, people can respond if they need to on that. There's a point raised by others, and I suppose it's one that needs addressing, which was why didn't you decide to do a single strategic housing land availability assessment for the whole plan area to inform this plan?
I think it was felt that the districts are best placed to do that. They've got the local knowledge, the understanding of the sites that are coming forward within their areas, and the other sort of plans and strategies that are going on behind the scenes. So I think it's always been the case that each district has done their own work, and then it's brought together, but it's done sort of following the same process and with some degree of consistency between the districts.
Right. So when you say some degree of consistency, is there some sort of sharing good practice, quality assurance, or collective sort of discussions about how to go about it?
Well, the officers within the districts that are responsible for updating the land supply have sort of discussions about if there's any particular issues or queries, or saying, how are you dealing with this particular issue? There's that opportunity to discuss that collectively sort of between the districts. And then there's a schema produced so that all the districts have got the same data in the same format, which then goes on to be sort of collated together into one spreadsheet.
Yeah. So in each district uses that same information that you provide to the GMCA for other purposes as well in its plan, in its role as planning authority in terms of 5-year housing land supply, dealing with appeals, and then when it comes to preparing its local plan. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what it is, and from the GMCA's point of view, it represents proportionate and up-to-date evidence about the potential for accommodating homes in non-greenbelt locations. Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's go back to the point that CPRE and Save Royton's Greenbelt made about the cyclical nature of brownfield land, and that inevitably at any point in time that you do a SLA, it is a point in time assessment, looking from a fixed point in time to another fixed point in time, and it's a best estimate of what could come forward in that time period. Yep.
Yes.
But when you were to update it each year, you tend to find new opportunities.
Yeah, there might be new sites that come in and are granted planning permission. Then there'll be sites that fall off that have been developed.
Yeah.
So it changes each year.
And is there any sort of long-term trend that it's diminishing as the years and decades go by, or is it just one of these things that each time you do it, well, we can look at the figures this time, can't we? We can see, well, actually, they've possibly gone up a bit. I don't know, in some areas, and I don't know about all, but we'll look at the detailed figures. But CPRE referred to its own national research, I think, that's been done about, well, it is a cyclical thing, and, so that you're artificially constraining the capacity of urban areas if you look to a fixed end date. And you could take the view, I think the CPRE is saying, that if you assume there's going to be a rolling supply of this stuff beyond the planned period, it changes the sort of the balance between how much land needs to be taken out of the greenbelt. It's not really a question, but if you want to comment, respond.
I suppose it's inevitable that things change. Employers might decide to relocate. Businesses are vacated. But then on the other side of things, a site that's identified within the SLA could be developed for an alternative purpose instead. So it's kind of balances.
Yeah, okay. But I suppose the question is, are you aware, and you may not be, so it's probably an unfair question, but if you, from your experience, is there any sort of long-term trend of urban capacity type land for housing, or does it just go up and down as the years and decades go by?
I don't know.
You don't
I
know.
suppose,
Fair
I suppose
enough.
there'd be changes depending on what's going on in the economy, businesses going bust. Yeah,
Anyway,
I can't-
okay, thanks. Right, so what I'm going to do now is look at the specific quantitative need for Greenbelt release based on the figures in the top table under the heading housing that are attached to the agenda. So these are the figures in the plan, in the submitted plan. Yeah. So we've got the headline figure of existing supply 170,000 and a bit, and requirement just under 165,000. And so a potential surplus you referred to earlier of around 5,500, which is about 3% above the requirement. And on that basis, given there are uncertainties about whether all that supply could come forward, you think, well, and where it is, there's clearly an overall quantitative need to take land out of Greenbelt. That's the basic starting point.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
If you just took the figures cold, you'll say there's no need to go to the Greenbelt. We're quids in, if you like. But as I said earlier on, no, it's a flexibility allowance and other related points which are driving us to the Greenbelt. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So but when you add the allocations in, you get to this figure of 190,700 and something, and this is the 16 or 16% flexibility allowance.
It is that at the time of the submitted plan, that's right. It was a 16% flexibility allowance. That's right. So yes,
okay.
I've got so many numbers and bits of paper here, but 16% with the submitted plan. Yes.
So that's fine. So let's look at if we look at the different plan period and what the updated figures would tell us. Then the headline figure becomes of the supply is 178,800, give or take a few. Yep. Against the requirement of just over 175,000. So these are the figures in the bottom table. So that's a surplus of around 3,600 or so. So a bit less than in the submitted plan.
Yes, it's moving that way. That's right.
It's moving that way. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But with the allocations, they increase a bit, do they? Yeah, a little bit, don't they? Because of the build out over a longer period. Yeah. So you end up with a flexibility allowance of around 24,500, something like that. The difference between the 199 and
yes, that's right. Absolutely, yes. And
in percentage terms, I think that's about 14%, something like that.
14%, indeed.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
It's always dangerous to do my own maths, but Okay.
It's dangerous
so
for us to do
I
as
suppose in overall terms, then, does that change things significantly between if we were to decide that the plan should be modified to change the start date and the end date? Would it change anything significantly from the GMSCA's point of view?
No, it wouldn't, sir. And we, to be frank, just to be very straightforward about this, as far as we see it, the flexibility allowance that we built into the submitted plan, as we see it, has proven to be sufficiently robust to cater for the possibility, the prospect, the likelihood, however one wants to describe it, of a change to the plan period. And in fact, moving the plan period out by, extending it to 39 from 37. So no, it doesn't change things significantly, and it seems to us the flexibility allowance is doing its job.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all I want to ask you on the bottom line figures for the plan areas,
yes.
And we'll deal with the district figures
Absolutely.
In due course, and just to delve down into what they indicate about the need for Greenbelt release in the different parts of the plan area, and just to say now, it'll be looking broadly at the northern areas and the southern areas,
which of course is the point. Yes.
Okay. So, right, does anybody wish to comment on those bottom line figures, which I've just referred to, or indeed respond to the point that the CPRE have made about the cyclical nature of brownfield? And I'm looking to the developers here, because notwithstanding your assessments of the SLAs and that you can criticise them for being overestimates, isn't there something to be said that actually when you update them, you continue to find new opportunities, which indicates that yes, some things may not come forward as you think they may, but other different ones may do. Anyway, Barton Wilmore.
Thank you, sir. It's coming back to a point really made sort of at the beginning of this discussion. When I was saying about it, the SHLARs are updated approximately every 12 months. So looking back at the Mapping GM website, specifically in the metadata section, so that's where you can get onto the SHLAR spreadsheet, the more easily accessible one than the map. It's got the update sort of a list. I think there was 18 months between the last two, March 20 and October 22, and then before that it was December 18. So I think there have been bigger gaps than 12 months. I think just in terms of I think it was your question, sir, in terms of is there a standard format or good practice that's done between the authorities? I think we'll come on to authority-specific points later, but raise the point that Bolton doesn't seem to be adopting the same approach as others, using the contrast between Bury, who've released their SHLAR very recently. It seems to have a lot more information in that one than is available for Bolton. So I don't think there is necessarily that consistency there. In terms of the consistency of numbers within what comes out of the SHLAR, what's in the Mapping GM resource, and then what appears in the modified Table 7.1, there does appear to be quite a few different figures. It's made it quite difficult to establish where those figures in the table have come from. So just using the example of Bury, because that's a relatively new SHLAR. So the SHLAR, as we ascertain it, says that there's 4,774 sites that are considered deliverable within the plan period. GM mapping then says it's 4,550, but that's supposedly based on the same data. And then table 7.1, in the new table 7.1, if you take off the windfalls, you get 4,412. So there's a lot of different figures, bearing in mind that they're all supposedly coming from the same data source. So it would be good to get some clarity.
Okay. You're right, yeah. Okay, well, there'll be a general point about that, but, I mean, are those differences significant in scale? I mean, you may say they're significant because it shows errors, inconsistencies, or glitches or something, I don't know. Okay, right,
just,
understood.
Yeah, ease of access and accessibility for
Okay.
people to understand where those
Yeah.
figures have come from, really.
Yeah. All right, HPF. Some words of help.
Well, I hope so, sir, and I'm not sure I'll make everybody happy. Your theoretical question is how the HBF saw the Places for Everyone plan working in relationship to the supporting local plans. I didn't say anything earlier, but I just wanted to get that in. It is inevitable that supporting local plans will have to do work to look more forensically at the composition of the housing land supply. The purpose of the Places for Everyone plan is to set higher level objectives, including setting the broad spatial strategy for the 9 local authorities. In terms of the cyclical nature of brownfield supply for housing, it is absolutely right that this is a moving feast and that annually new opportunities will be identified. Nevertheless, the Places for Everyone plan at a particular point in time has to ensure that its housing requirement has a reasonable prospect of being delivered. Notwithstanding that, there are certain risks implicit in that, as there is with every plan, and this is a problem that the London plan has always had. The London plan does a very high level assessment of brownfield capacity,
It doesn't allocate greenbelt land, and it always tends to under-deliver against its housing requirement on the basis that it's undertaken a very high-level assessment, and supporting boroughs sometimes struggle to reconcile that higher-level assessment of capacity with more detailed local assessments. There are potential risks associated with that overall capacity figure that I pointed out in my statement. Firstly, you have quite a high small sites assumption, basically a windfall allowance of 10,151 homes. You have the disclaimers on page A5 of Appendix A of the housing topic paper, which says that some of the sites are currently still in employment use. They may continue in employment use. There's also the caveat that some of those sites may be used for other purposes, as I believe one of the participants did notify. You also tend to need to allow a non-implementation allowance. I believe that the planning inspectorate sometimes used to use the rule of thumb, something like 20% of all sites identified may not be implemented. That's a risk. And lastly, you have the point that Chris Young, KC, observed from the Places for Everyone strategic viability assessment that potentially a very high amount of the number of sites identified may be unviable even with zero affordable housing. So yeah, it is potential, potentially you can identify additional brownfield sites, but I don't think it's going to help close that gap between that high level assessment and what will actually transpire at the local authority level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Save Royton's Greenbelt.
Yeah, I have a couple of points. One about the cyclical nature of brownfield. The other was about housing densities. I don't know if that's something you want to tackle later, or if it's a point I can bring in.
Yeah, bring it in now. It's to do with whether the figures are too high, too low in these sort of global figures. Yeah.
Well, there is this minimum density specification in the plan, and my group and this lady's group and another group, we assessed how the densities on brownfield that matched the spec. And we found there was variable delivery. Tameside is mostly delivering the spec. Rochdale isn't bothering the spec at all. Oldham is somewhere in between. It's got an ambitious town centre plan and it's delivering the spec in the town centre, but not outside of it. And this obviously has a tangible impact on how much greenbelt is going to be released. It is a condition of paragraph, is it 141 in the MPPF? So we think it is relevant. I know what the GMCA are going to say, that this isn't a prescriptive plan, so they don't want to strap the local plans into a straitjacket. And I'm sympathetic to that point of view, actually, but if you're going to take that approach, you've got to question why they have so many prescriptive policies actually in this plan, if they don't want it to be a prescriptive plan. And the minimum density spec it has consequences beyond the housing supply, because it's boosting the population in town centre, which has consequences for the town centre economy. So it plays into the economic objectives. It's boosting population densities around public transport hubs, so that has consequences for the environmental objectives. So it's one of the vehicles for delivering the spatial strategy. So if you're not going to deliver the minimum density spec, the spatial strategy starts to break down, essentially.
Can I just, sorry, we will deal with the policy relating to the minimum densities next week, so these points are all relevant. But is the point that you're making, where you started, about the figures assumed in the SLAs, and you say that, they're underestimates because they're not even delivering the minimum densities in the plan? Is that the point?
I mean, I appreciate that not every site that meets the spec will deliver the minimum density. There'll be constraints. But on average, the Rochdale just isn't delivering the minimum density spec at all. So
based on their own figures of the SLAR capacity and, and the amount of land.
What we did is we tabulated, because the SLAR gives it gives the size of the land, and it gives the number of dwellings that are projected on that. So
and you compared it with the minimum densities in the
what we basically did was sum up the the amount of land that met the minimum density spec, the number of dwellings that would be provided, and worked out an average to see where it landed against the minimum density spec. So the minimum density, so it's not. They're not this plan isn't delivering the minimum density spec according to the SLARs. Now, as for the cyclical nature of brownfield land, one of the perhaps the only benefit of this planning, of this process going on for so long, for 6 years now, is that it starts to bring the benefit of hindsight into the plan. You can start
you can see a positive in some things.
You can start to see how it played out. And
yeah.
I mean, if we just jump in the TARDIS back to 2019, when it was a 19 or 20-year plan, the baseline supply, I've got the number here, I've had to subtract Stockport from it. It was 177,509 units in the SLAR.
Yeah.
Now, following the 2022 update, if you factor in the completions in that 4 years interim period, the total comes out at 218,564. So it's a net increase of 41,000 units between 2018 and 2022. And if you go back, and since 2015, on average, there's been an annual addition of 9,500 units to the land supply. So that's a significant quantity of land that comes forward.
What was the figure in the baseline figure in 2015 then? Have you got that?
The baseline figure, this is also including the small sites allowance I should add. The baseline figure in the 2015 SLAR was 173,291, which is virtually identical to the figure that is in the 2022 SLAR.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
So it's so I mean, I have had this conversation with Anne several times, and I do take a point on board that trends do change over time. That it's inevitable, and so they don't give you, a trend doesn't give you a guarantee, but what it does do is give you predictability, and a good plan should be able to work around that, and I think. I think a windfall allowance, I do think more work could be done on that aspect, because I think, it's too much land is coming forward to ignore. And if I can just finish off that point, land supply, we tend to think of it in a two-dimensional way of thinking. How much the shortfall is and where that shortfall occurs, but it is also a third dimension. It's also when it occurs. It's more damaging at the start of the plan period than it is at the end of the plan period if there's a shortfall, because and the bulk of the shortfall in this plan has been really 15 years down the road. That's when the shortfall really starts to escalate. And there is a sort of irony that this plan has been delayed by this battle over Greenbelt, which is really to supplement the land supply in 15 years' time. And when what we should be doing is focusing on having an active plan now that can actually supply the housing demands and the employment demands in the current day.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you for that. Right. I'll take a couple of quick comments from this side, Emery and Turley, and then I'll come back to the GMCA. So Emery first.
Thanks, sir. Apologies. Just to clarify,
you
don't want us to go into the points that we've made in relation to the existing supply, the SLAR supply, and all those detailed submissions. It's just on these figures.
Yeah, we've got your detailed submissions and figures. Yeah. On the 2022 data, which is, but
on the 2020 data.
Sorry, 2020 data. Yeah.
No, just for absolute clarity, because obviously we're touching on supply as we kind of
Yeah, I know.
go around the room. But I understand your position.
Yeah, and I'm conscious of, as I've said, that there's various different estimates of how much this is an overestimate, but we've got other points of view. So, yeah, on these figures, what these figures tell us in terms of the bottom line for the plan area. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, just sticking to that then.
Yeah, thanks.
In terms of the evidence, and obviously, is it proportionate and up to date, the 2022 data? It's just to point out that there are gaps. So if we look at table AP 6.1 that the GMCA have submitted, there are gaps in the evidence base that underpins the data. So Trafford, Bolton and Rochdale, it doesn't refer to Schlars having been produced. And all the mapping data really tells you is it provides you with a spreadsheet ultimately, which is similar to the one that was core document 03.03.01, which was submitted with the plan. Just in relation to your point, sir, about obviously clearly new sites will continue to come into the Schlar. Well, indeed, they will need to do so to moving forward, and that is just a fact of life. I think I would just, without going into the detail of our representations on the Schlar supply, clearly you will have read those, and I'll just cross-refer you to the assessments, the analysis that we've done on previous Schlars, and being realistic about what actually does come forward from Schlar supplies. Because quite simply, it doesn't all come forward as Schlars say they will. And then thirdly, I think the only thing then we can say about the bottom line figures is, well, the flexibility allowance. Now, obviously, I've said, well, you need to determine the supply first, the developable supply for the planned period, and then you consider what flexibility allowance is appropriate. The rule of thumb, as it seems to be, is most plans tend to plump for around 10%. But I think here, given the issues with the supply, and as I say, I referred earlier to the significant differences in the parties and what actually the GMCA's own evidence is saying, we think whether it's 16% or 14%, we would say that is wholly insufficient. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Turley.
Just your point about new opportunities, brownfield. I mean, just to be, of course, there are new opportunities because that's the lion's share of the supply. Those opportunities start as opportunities. They then become commitments when they get planning permission. They then become completions, and then they should drop out the figures. So the gentleman was giving you figures if you include the completions, but you should deduct the completions. And so that supply constantly needs to find new sources. Look at the long-term trends, though. The 20-year trend across the 9 authorities was 7,500 a year. The 10-year trend is less, it's 7,300. So there's nothing better than empirical data for demonstrating it. We all should be judged on our results, barristers as well. And the bottom line is you need to look at the delivery, not talk about, endless Schlar sites, because every Schlar I've ever read comes with a health warning that says this is not our supply. This is simply opportunities that have been considered. So, of course, new opportunities arise. It would be odd if they didn't.
Thank you. Right, GMCA.
I haven't got much to say, to be quite frank. So you have our position. In relation to the broad point as to our assessment of existing supply, I think, with all respect, it's a heroic effort to do this work in the first place. We've done the best we can. Some say we've underestimated, some say we've overestimated. As far as we're concerned, it's a reasonable, commendable, proportionate and up-to-date bit of work. And it's, as good as you're going to get for the exercise that we have in hand here. It's certainly good enough to allow you, and this is what counts, to explore the fundamental issue, which is there a sufficient basis to consider going to the green belt, and if so, to what extent? So the base data, if you like, is good enough to allow that debate to happen, which I don't think we've really had yet, to be honest. So presumably we're coming to it. As I've said, if earlier on, I do just repeat, because a number of people have said, well, we've, significantly overstated the supply, but there is an antidote to that, and it is the subsequent local plans. Then I just want to say one or two words very quickly about density. I mean, I suspect it's clear enough, but would you rather we talked about density on a slightly later?
Well, I think we're going to deal with that density policy and the approach to it next week.
Right.
I think I was just taking the point that it's one of the factors that, that some could say, well, you're actually underestimating your SLAs if you're not applying the densities.
Yes. Well, just very briefly in relation, as I understand it, the work is that if a site has a planning permission and one uses the density of the planning permission, if it doesn't, we've used a PFE density guidance. Now, obviously, some authorities would be saying to themselves, well, the PFE density policy hasn't even been examined yet, let alone adopted. And so the spec, as it was described, I mean, yes, certainly there would be some authorities saying, well, we're not following that spec. And that might be for the reason that the policy in our plan hasn't yet been adopted, let alone examined, let alone had your thoughts about it. And also there could be perfectly good other reasons why the density hasn't been followed in any particular case, such as, for example, heritage issues, et cetera, et cetera. So,
okay, thank you.
As always, it's always quite complicated.
Excuse me. Okay, so what we're going to do now is have an adjournment, and then we're going to move on to the next question, which is 4.6, which is about delving down below the bottom line figures and looking at some of the figures for the northern areas and the southern areas and potentially individual districts. So we'll start again at 4 o'clock. We'll have to decide when we get to the end of that, what time we can go on till and how we deal with the employment side of things as well. But we'll have a break now and we'll resume at 4 o'clock if we could, please.
That's nice. Where's that?
Okay, it is just 4 o'clock, so we will resume if we could, please. So we're only, part way down the agenda. I'm conscious it's getting late, but I do want to crack on and, try and get through these issues, and we'll see where we get to once we've been through this next question, which is 4.6. And the question is there a need to remove land from the green belt in each of the 7 districts to ensure that the identified need for new homes can be met in accordance with the plan and spatial strategy? And in particular, is there a need to remove land from the green belt in Salford and Wigan to meet housing needs? Was a follow-up question we had because of the particular nature of the figures in those areas. But we've had some, we've discussed elements of this question already in terms of the spatial strategy, the requirement figures. So we're not going to go over those again, please. We want to focus on the specific issue of the district level figures, but in the context of the spatial strategy that we've already considered. So I'm going to look at it in two aspects, and north and south essentially, and again, like we did on the overall plan area figure, in terms of what's in the submitted plan, and then what's in the figures if the plan were modified to 2022 to 2039. So I'll start looking at the northern areas, and this again looking at the figures that were attached to the agenda. It's the table at the top half of the page under the heading housing. So it's these figures that are in the submitted plan. First, just a clarification. I think your matter 4 statement, says that without greenbelt release, the northern areas would be about or more than 5,000 below their collective requirement, based on the 2020 SCHLAR data. But I think if you add the figures up in that table, it's more like 3,500, the difference between the requirement and the figure. I may have misunderstood what you put in your statement.
Wondering which, this is M4.1 presumably, so.
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm sure it's there because you would have seen it, to make the point, but it's
I noted it, I suppose I might have typed it wrong or
No, it's just not.
Or it may be a slightly different.
It's just not jumping off the page to me at the moment.
Sorry,
I'm sure
when I'm
it's there
talking about the
somewhere.
northern areas,
Yes.
for simplicity, in terms of the existing supply, I'm just talking about the 6, not West Salford. But I will have a question about the extent, if at all, the allocations in West Salford contribute to meeting needs in the northern areas, because I think that was part of the strategy. So, but anyway, when I talk about the existing supply figures for the 6 districts, and the requirement figure for the northern area, it's those 6 districts.
Yes, so sorry, so just to go back to the point, so there's a figure in M4.1. I'm just trying to find it myself, but you've made a note of it, and it was a gap of about $5,000,
Yeah.
I think you said, and whereas when you look at the data in the sheet that you've referred us to, which is attached to the hearing agenda, the gap's 3,500 or whatever, there or thereabouts.
Okay, well,
which is
let's
right.
just move on from that.
Right. Okay. Fine.
Yeah, but maybe
because
if you could just sort of clarify that.
Yes, okay.
Because I think actually the bottom line may not be massively different.
Yeah.
But the requirement figure, so the gap, there is a gap, and it could be more, or it could be less. It could be 3.5, or it could be 5. So we'll clarify that. So the allocations in the plan for the 6 districts add up to about 14,000, just for the 6 districts, I think.
Yes, we provided information on this, haven't we? That's right. Yes. 14,040.
I'm dealing in round numbers just for
Indeed.
simplicity. Let's not worry about a few here or there.
Fair enough.
Especially given the nature of the supply, as we've heard. Could be more or less. So that means that there is, with the allocations in the plan, it takes you from being below your minimum housing requirement figures to somewhere above it, of somewhere around 10,000, depending on whether it's 5,000 or 3,500.
Yes.
Somewhere around about that.
Yes, that's right. So, again, doing this very broadly, yes. I mean,
And the buffer, again, is similar to the one you talked about, 16%.
As it so happens, it is, that's right. It's a little bit over 16%, yes.
Right, okay.
Yes, yeah.
And that's without the West Salford allocations, I think,
That is
based on my numbers.
Yes,
So if you added those in, because is it not the case that the West Salford allocations, part of the justification for them is that they will help to boost northern competitiveness? Is that correct?
Matt Doherty, Salford City Council.
Yeah.
So in Salford, the plan allocates land for 1,500 homes currently in the Greenbelt.
Yeah.
So because Salford falls, within different parts of the spatial areas of the spatial strategy, I think what we're saying is West Salford, where our allocations are in the northern area, so they will contribute, to those figures for the northern areas in terms of helping them meet 100% of, the need, effectively.
So when you take account of all the allocations in the plan that contribute to boosting northern competitiveness, you've got an overall supply with a flexibility allowance of over 16% when if you were to include the Salford ones. That's okay.
Yes.
That's fine. Right. Let me go through my questions, please, and you'll have an opportunity. Yeah. Okay. So then, if we look at the data that's provided in the second table on attached to the agenda, and this updates the figures.
Yes.
The total existing supply for the 6 northern districts is around 61,500, I think, and the collective requirements around 68,000. So again, there's a shortfall, and the allocations in the plan increase their capacity a little bit for the reasons we mentioned earlier, and you end up again with a surplus then of somewhere around 8,000 or so.
We would say a little bit more, but yes.
A little bit more.
Yeah.
And then if you add West Salford in again,
a bit more again. Yes.
So whilst the flexibility allowance would have reduced overall, for the northern areas collectively, it's still showing a overall supply with the allocations that is above the, with the flexibility allowance sufficiently above from that point of view.
Indeed, yes. I mean, the flexibility allowance changes a bit, but in terms of order of the point, it's the self-same idea of having that allowance, yes. Okay. And it's still substantial enough as far as we're concerned, yeah.
But if you then drill down to some of the individual district figures,
yes,
you start getting a more marginal...
They flip-flop around all over the place.
Yeah, well, you start getting... If you look at the minimum requirement for, say, Bolton, Tameside, Oldham and Rochdale against the total supply in that table, and it's getting closer, much tighter, isn't it?
Which version are we with the published plan or the plan as potentially extended?
This is the second table I've moved on to.
The second table, absolutely fine. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. There's a whole range of the flexibility allowances vary substantially if you do it on a district by district basis. You understand, of course, our spatial strategy is wider than just looking at district to district.
Of course, and the northern areas as a whole.
Absolutely.
The picture, it's Bury and Wigan and Salford that's helping to ensure that as a whole. But I suppose the question for Bolton, Tameside, Oldham and Rochdale is if the plan were modified like this, what would be the potential implications for their local plan?
I don't think we would want to think about it, but yes.
Well, no, I mean, I suppose, it's what this plan is saying is required, and if this plan was looking ahead to 2039, going back to the fundamental point.
But you've just suggested in that looking to 2039, but with other modifications, or did I mishear your point? So forgive me if I misheard what you'd said.
If the plan were modified to look ahead to 2039.
Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I thought you meant other modifications beyond that, as in
no,
taking some of the sites
just the 2039. Yeah.
Oh, fine. Well, that's all contemplated. We fully understand the position if that change happens. We understand what each flexibility allowance would be for each authority, and we're content with the position because we look at it in overall terms and in those spatial terms.
Okay, well, we'll see what others want to say
no,
about
absolutely,
that.
No, I'm just setting out our position.
Yeah, fine,
yes.
Yeah. So, but just going back to Salford, and obviously with the updated figures...
Yep.
So its existing supply is similar to the one that was in the plan. In the 2022 figures.
Yes, it's certainly similar. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. The
And it
supply
goes back to
side.
the question originally, which is above their Salford's minimum requirement.
Yes.
But just to bottom out, and especially since Salford are there,
Yes.
does this comply with the rules in the sense of a single district having sufficient supply to meet its local housing needs? There isn't a need to net release Greenbelt, and no district should exceed its local housing need by more than 125%.
So in Salford, our requirement is, set at 125% of our LHN. So it doesn't go, above our LHN in terms of our requirement. In terms of
So
why
the requirement doesn't go above 125%?
Yeah, of our LHN, yes.
Yeah, okay. But these rules were also used to decide what allocations were needed in the plan, weren't they? Or they were.
Yes, are we drilling down? Yes, are we
I'm just
drilling down
getting-
particularly to Salford?
This
or?
is the Salford overall supply
Absolutely,
situation.
yes.
I'm not going to conclude whether it's right or wrong, but I'm just trying to understand how it
No,
relates to the
absolutely.
rules and which
And
were
with the
intended
change,
to inform.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to talk
Yeah.
across you. Sorry, sir. With the change in the plan period, I mean, Salford's flexibility allowance actually decreases.
Well, in either instance, both in the submitted plan and other, is the overall supply is going to be greater than 125% above its local housing need, clearly, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. But does that conflict with the rule or not in terms of the site selection approach?
Go on. So someone turn their microphone on and sorry.
Apologies. No, because the rules refer to the requirement, not the supply. So it can't be more than 125% above their LHN requirement.
Yeah. But in deciding whether to release sites from the Greenbelt, you said the rules were also applied for that.
Yes, and the rules do say if you can meet your LHN by existing supply, there is no need to release Greenbelt, but there were strategic reasons that Salford
So that's
felt
the caveat
they
to
needed.
that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So one rule, it meets that rule, and that's the rule that's more relevant to the supply side.
Yes.
Whereas the other one is only relevant to setting the requirement.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, okay. So what you're saying then is the need for the release of the Greenbelt allocations in Salford is, well, there's two reasons fundamentally. One, it will help diversify the offer in Salford, but because of their location, they're helping to meet needs across the northern area and therefore boost northern competitiveness. Yeah.
That's correct. So, so Salford's land supply is predominantly made up of, high density apartments within like the city centre part of Salford, core growth area, Salford Quays. And so the key reason Salford's releasing land from the Greenbelt for housing is to kind of diversify that mix within the city. I think our supply, the table in the submitted plan, looks at the supply between houses and apartments, and that shows, I think, Salford supply is 81% apartments and 19% houses. So releasing Greenbelt contributes to that mix and, meet different needs as well within Salford.
Okay. Right. So, fine, let me just move on to the southern areas then and what the two tables show us. Trafford's existing supply in the 2020 figures is below its minimum requirement. It's 15,800 and something, the existing supply, and the requirement's nearly 18,000, so.
We've tabulated this in RM 4.1, haven't we, sir?
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
So the basic point about releasing land in Trafford is that it can't meet its own need. It doesn't comply with the rules, and therefore it should consider releasing Greenbelt. Yeah, okay. And the situation changes a bit because under the revised figures, Trafford's existing supply goes up, doesn't it? Quite a bit, actually, in Trafford. What the basic reason for that is?
The work around the civic quarter.
And that's one of the documents referred to in that table.
It is. There's been an area action plan produced, which I think has been through examination, but we haven't had the report. But that there is a significant increase in that urban area part of Trafford.
And but even with that boost to the existing supply, the requirement, it still doesn't match up with the minimum requirement. So the need for greenbelt release, and some would say there's a need for more, is still there, just in purely quantitative terms in Trafford. Yeah, okay. And Manchester's existing supply figure has gone up again quite significantly in the 2022 update, I think.
It has.
It's by nearly 5,000, I think.
That is right, yes.
That's any broad indication of what's driven that? Just very briefly, just to, yeah.
Only because the microphones are on the front row here, so if we had our time again, we would have popped some behind us as well.
Thank you, sir. It's Duncan McCorkadale from Manchester City Council. Yeah, that's simply explained by the fact of supply that we've identified beyond the planned period, which was always there. But given that we've now taken forward from 2037 to 2039, some of that's starting to come to play into the scheme of things.
On specific sites or windfall allowances?
No, specific sites largely.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
the timing of the start and finish.
Yeah, I mean, we've got significant, I mean, this will transpire in our own local plan, but I mean, we've got a significant development called Victoria North, which is looking to deliver around about 15,000 dwellings over the next sort of 15, 20 years. And then there are a number of other sort of key regeneration areas and development areas in the city.
Yeah, okay. So that does that contribute to the southern areas approach, or is it the core and inner?
Most of that's core and inner.
Core and inner, yeah.
I mean, Manchester in terms of southern areas is typified by more sort of smaller schemes, but there is Wythenshawe. We do have the Wythenshawe scheme, or Wythenshawe town centre, which we're looking to bring forward in terms of some significant changes and proposals. So that would sit within that area potentially, or further down into the southern part. So,
okay.
Yeah.
But in terms of, this is probably a big question back to GMCA, in terms of that increased supply in Trafford and Manchester, it doesn't change anything about the need to release, does it change anything about the need to release Greenbelt, either in the southern area or elsewhere in the plan area?
It doesn't, no.
No, and for the overall figures and for the areas. Okay. Right. I don't have any more questions for GMCA on the district figures and the north-south sort of split. So I'll take contributions from others on those. Yeah, sorry, I'll start with you, Councillor Greedo, since you were the first to put your names up. Then I'll move on from there, because you wanted to come in on the Salford point, I think.
Thank you, sir. Yes. I was almost jumping up and down when I was listening to what they were saying about Salford and the west of Salford in particular. And it really demonstrates the fact that Salford's need is not as is stated. In fact, what's actually happened with Salford is that every time they've needed to top up Greater Manchester's figures, they've added a bit more to Salford. And we've already heard that it was 16% above. And in fact, on my figures, in fact, as it stands at the moment, it means, in fact, based on all the additional ones that have been bunged onto Salford, leaves us with something like 5,000 extra houses being built in Salford, or homes, than are needed. And therefore, if you look at the green belt that they want to take, I know we're not dealing with individual sites at the moment, but I'm particularly interested in Hazelhurst and Lee Road. If you look at those two sites, they are well under that 5,000 figure, and therefore there's no justification for using that. What I find incredible, in fact, is that they seem to be able to justify this under some sort of policy. And I don't see how you can justify, I don't know about this 125% policy. I've not actually heard of that before. But it just seems to me incredible that you can just keep upping the figures to meet some mythical need. And in fact, clearly, it demonstrates on these figures that the need is not there to take the green belt. In fact, they're taking substantially more than they need. And when we look at, they refer to Salford having built a lot of high-rise. That was Salford's choice. These are private high-rise blocks that they built, and they built them because it was financially attractive to build them. But that was their choice. And they can't now use that as an excuse for taking greenbelt land to build houses. Houses which, incidentally, sir, will not be available for those people that need them, because the two sites in question that I'm concerned about, one site will be for probably £1 million plus houses, and the other site, in fact, will be for at least £350,000 plus. So neither of those two sites fulfil the 6,000 people on Salford's waiting list that need social housing. So there's no justification whatsoever to build on those greenfield sites.
Okay, thank you. Very clearly put from the particular Salford perspective, so thank you for that. Right, I'll take Mr Thompson. Welcome for your first contribution.
Thank you, sir. My question revolves around the incentive for a council to offer greenfield sites for greenbelt site for development. I've read the PFE document, all 466 pages, about twice over now, and I cannot find in it anywhere where Tameside or Trafford councils have ever declared they were landowners with a pecuniary interest in any of the allocations in the document. In the case of Tameside, reference JPA 31, or 3-1, Godley Green Garden Village. I found this in Gerald Eves' evidence, your Matters 22.12 document. Gerald Eves, page 3, para 1-2, quote, the landowners include Tameside MBC, and it should be noted that these representations are made on its behalf and in its capacity as a landowner and not in its capacity as a local planning authority. In the case of Trafford, I got this from the Collier's document on behalf of Royal London Asset Management, your M series 15.2, Collier's page 9, para 2614, quote, RLAM are the largest single landowner by far, the Devonport Green Timperley Wedge this is, 54.81%, with Trafford Council the next largest, 6.31%. No, maybe nothing wrong with that, but if you're an individual, you'd have to declare that, I'm sure. So I'd like an opinion, please, on whether anything improper has been taking place. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, if the GMCA want to respond to that, they can. It's not something that, I'm going to respond to. Anything else from this side? No, so let me work my way down from the other end. Barton Wilmore.
Thank you, sir. Points for me. In relation to the SLARs, there's not been one for Bolton in a complete form since 2008, except that there's the GM mapping tool. Tables and schedules we've reviewed, but it doesn't provide that full assessment on the suitability, availability and delivery of sites that are listed within it. On that basis, and on the basis of the GMCA evidence, which points in the direction of our submissions, Bolton Supply, as per the revised table 7.1, is only 4% above the requirement, down from 16%. So obviously the wedge is getting slimmer. You have our submissions on the critique of the supply, but clear that there's no 5-year supply. There's an excess of 2,000 homes on unviable sites, and affordable housing delivery has been poor in that borough, just over 100 units per annum over the past 8 years. So my client's position in relation to Bolton is clearly a devoid position here. They're not meeting housing needs, and they're not going to do that anywhere in the short term or long term without a differentiation of approach, and without the further testing of the supply and identification of other sites or safety guarded areas. It's clear that the plan isn't going to perform as intended. Thank you.
So when you say that the plan isn't going to perform as intended, in what way isn't this plan going to perform as intended?
Well, going back to and not repeating northern competitiveness, relying on sites that are unviable and then not delivering their affordable housing needs, meeting those objectives and ambitions of the plan, it's clearly going to be difficult to achieve those on the sites that the council is basing its emphasis on.
But you know there's a role for the local plan, don't you? Or is the point that you don't trust the local plan to come along in a timely manner? Back to we need something in this plan to make sure it does.
Yeah, there's an opportunity now, going back to 2011 and 2014 when the last plan was produced by the local authority. There's a number of sites that still sit without any progress and they're still relied upon. So you question, are those sites actually, again, available, suitable, deliverable? Do they have a landowner that can achieve? and they equate to another 2,000 units. So you start to layer on the effect of not testing the supply, brings you to a point where actually the numbers that are presented as the existing supply won't be achieved overall. And that's a clear concern for my client and for the plan as a whole.
Understood. Hive.
Thank you. Yeah, just a related point actually on Bolton. I've had a long and checkered history in Bolton, and it is my town as well, so it's a town I know very well, and the communities and the sites within it. And I've been involved and promoted for various clients in Bolton over the years, and I've been involved prior to the adoption of the core strategy in 2012. I participated at the 2014 allocations plan, and we submitted a mountain of evidence. There was a consortium that came together and did a full critique of every single site in the Schlar. And basically the conclusion was that that a 5-year housing land supply wouldn't be maintained. Several sites couldn't even be considered developable at that time. And I think in our 2016 submission, I think at that point 2019 submission rather, I think around 70% of the allocations had either had an application that had been approved and lapsed, or had no application on them at all. So the same supply has now been rolled forward for 10 years plus. Year on year, there hasn't been a 5-year housing land supply. Appeals and OPOL are being lost repeatedly. And yet, this figure is now being relied upon to inform the spatial strategy for Bolton as a district, and in turn, the northern areas. So, yeah, there's a personal frustration in this, and there's a repeating pattern that doesn't seem to be challenged at any point. So, we're being asked now to consider, the future local plan. I mean, is it going to happen again? And I'm going to be sat here in another 10 years with less hair and saying the same thing, beating the table again. So it's a general point, but one that I've got a lot of inside knowledge about, if you like, because of the longevity of my involvement.
So the solution, well, two solutions for you would be this plan does more, i.e. makes more allocations, which is, or if not, somehow make sure Bolton gets its local plan done more speedily.
Correct. I mean, I think, well,
just back to, understood.
If you look at the northern areas, and in fact all 9 districts, I mean, Manchester doesn't really have Greenbelt, so we can discount that, but all of the other districts are allocating sites outside of the urban area. And I'm not saying, and again, we tend to come back to a polarised argument, saying that it has to focus on town centre regeneration, or there's an inference that it's in favour of Greenbelt. It's not. It's about a realism around delivery. And I think the evidence and the past evidence bears out in Bolton, really.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Emery.
Thank you, sir. Like Mr. Cove, I've also had a long involvement in the history of Bolton and was involved in the allocations plan and ever since, but I would deny that I would use the word checkered in terms of my own involvement. I think, so just sticking to your point about just sticking to the figures in these tables and what's in front of us, I think obviously we've heard from the GMCA earlier in relation to the contingency or the flexibility allowance. It's just to point out then in relation to these tables that clearly the new information alters the position. We looked at the bottom line figure earlier, but it also alters the position at a district level. And clearly through this plan, the approach is that 5-year housing land supply isn't being monitored or assessed at, well, it may well be being monitored, but isn't being assessed at the GMCA level. It's to be assessed and maintained at the district level, and therefore with that in mind, whilst the overall figure may be 14%, clearly without prejudice to what I've already said about that figure globally, you know, just from my calculations on the new tables, I think Bolton's, the difference between the supply and the requirements now stands at 4%, and say in Tameside 6%. So those figures are substantially less than the overall flexibility allowance that's relied upon. Thank you.
Yeah, and I referred to those when I picked up on the figures, and there was Oldham and Rochdale with lower flexibility allowances as well than the overall average. Litchfields.
Thank you, sir. That's my point. It kind of goes on a slight tangent to what we've just been talking about, albeit related. See, the overall number is important. We also need to consider what that's actually going to deliver in terms of the type of units is going to be where they're going to be delivered. Obviously, the GMCA's own SHMA and some work that we undertake which validated that. So the opinion that there's a need for 60% 3 and 4 beds or larger properties against the 39 or 40% 1 and 2 beds. Where actually, if you do an assessment of the supply, as set out in the PFE and as set out in some of the tables within the evidence, it's actually a flip of that. 60% of the supply is going to deliver 1 and 2 beds against a requirement of 40% and vice versa. So, albeit we're looking at the overall number, it's something we need to drill down into actually a bit more detail on that, and it's not as simple as just looking over at the overarching number. The second point I was going to raise on this as well in relation to releasing Greenbelt is the identification of safeguarded land. Obviously, we spoke yesterday about safeguarded land being used and how it's identified to inform new allocations. But
it was this morning, you know. I know
yeah.
it seems a long time ago, but
I agree. I think we talked about it yesterday during the site selection as well. So, or I think we did anyway. So I suppose we're now in a position where we're using some of that safeguarded land that was identified in plans going back, but we're not actually thinking about whether we're going to replenish that. And in particular, focusing back on paragraph 143 of the framework, which talks about when amending Greenbelt boundaries, thinking about their longevity beyond the plan period, where actually my understanding now is we're not even considering the Greenbelt boundaries to the end of this plan period because the individual local plans may have to release new Greenbelt. So I think there's a kind of a dichotomy there and a bit of an issue, and I think that we at least need to consider whether safeguarded land needs to be identified through this plan as well, and maybe the identification of safeguarded land through the PFE would be the carrot or stick that each individual district, in the event that they didn't bring forward their own local plans, that there is a fallback position to consider the land. Going back to the point of whether it's safeguarded for or safeguarded from, that we discussed that at length as well.
So I think you're saying that 2 alternatives to modify this plan to have a more generous, to ensure a more generous supply where it's needed. One would be to allocate more sites specifically for housing, but if not, to take land out of the Greenbelt to safeguard it with some sort of policy approach that if something doesn't happen in a district, yes, it could trigger the release of it in that district. That's the sort of mechanism you're thinking of.
Yes, I mean, I know I've said it before, I've got real concerns that we'll get this plan through and then nothing will happen for whatever reason. And I appreciate all the work that GMCA officers have done behind the scenes, but sometimes it's not within their gift. They can do certain amount of things, but they can't actually get a plan across the line.
Okay, thank you. Turley.
Yep, so in case you were worried Mr Young is undertaking some severe ageing process, I'm Dave Trimmingham from Turley, speaking on behalf of Peel. I wanted, if I could, to focus on the second part of question 4.6, which relates to whether there's a need to remove Greenbelt in Wigan and Salford, so my comments are focused on those. You'll note from the table helpfully provided in the agenda that the total supply in each borough hasn't significantly changed, whether we have a plan period to 2037 or 2039. So the rationale that's set out in the submitted plan for the releases of Greenbelt in Wigan and Salford remains consistent. And so a bit of context in the context of what you've heard from others this afternoon. Both Wigan and West Salford, where the allocated sites or the proposed allocations are in the northern areas, and therefore in the spatial strategy area where the objective is to boost northern competitiveness. I think it's important to say that. And obviously we are dealing with a joint development plan where a degree of distribution between districts is to be expected. So an argument that that is somehow inappropriate or unsound for a borough to have a supply or a requirement higher than its local housing need alone is not it does not hold weight. There are good reasons for the proposed allocations and the removal of greenbelt land. And to give that a bit of context, Salford and Wigan are both areas in need of regeneration. That's why they share lots of the characteristics of the northern areas in terms of the indices of multiple deprivation, which I'm sure you're familiar with. So Salford is the 19th most deprived out of 317 local authority areas in England. Wigan, the 53rd out of 317. So that puts them among some of the most in need of regeneration areas and local authorities in the country. Both through this plan also see substantial, and in support of that boosting of northern competitiveness, employment allocations. So in tables 6.1 and 6.2, which I know we're all familiar with, there are substantial allocations of new jobs and therefore new housing to accompany those new workers taking up those jobs is part of pursuing sustainable patterns of development. And so you've already heard that, in that context, there is a need. So the answer to the second part of question 4.6 is yes, I'm getting there, sir. I think just to add to what Mr. Doherty said in relation to Salford, where some of the justification is around diversifying housing stock, just a few bits of evidence to illustrate the type of housing stock that exists within Wigan and Salford. So if we looked at council tax bands, which are a proxy for the value of houses, to some extent their size, then 71% of Salford's housing stock is in council tax bands A and B, the smallest and lowest value types of property. And for Wigan, that equivalent figure is 61%. So Salford 71%, Wigan 68%, 71 Salford, 68 Wigan. That compares to a national average, an England average of 44%. So they each have much higher concentrations of smaller, lower value housing than the rest of the country. And it is to address that, in part, that diversifying those housing stock is necessary in order to support that spatial objective of boosting northern competitiveness. So in answer to question 4.6, there is evidently, in our view, a need both quantitative and qualitative to release greenbelt land in those boroughs, notwithstanding that the supply shows or the requirement would lead to a higher provision of housing than the local housing need alone. And so I know we'll come to this in site-specific sections, but as an example, the east of Boothstown allocation, we'll be familiar with the topic paper there, I think neatly sums up the situation in Salford that Mr. Doherty alluded to. So at a local level, the site would contribute to a wider mix of dwellings coming forward in the city, particularly in West Salford, within an existing pipeline that is heavily weighted towards apartment development. They would also deliver a significant number of affordable homes. And so contrary to some of what you've heard earlier, whilst there are a very high number of apartments being delivered in Salford, there is, I will say, very little, but it is actually next to no affordable housing being delivered. And one of the reasons that supports these allocations is that they are viable and they can actually deliver substantial proportions of affordable housing. So those releases are part of a response to a need for more affordable housing in Salford as well. And the same applies, although that's East Boothstown, you'll see when we get to the site specifics that similar comments are made in Hazelhurst, which is another allocation in Salford, and in relation to the Mosley Common, which is one of the main allocations in Wigan. So thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for addressing specifically that element of the question. Right, I'll go back along this side. Councillor Garrido, briefly, because you've had a go. I've got quite a few others to...
Yeah, very briefly.
Yeah.
I think we're being misled a little bit by Turley's in so much as the A and B greys that he referred to were on the east of Salford, not the west. On the west side of Salford, the majority of council tax greys are from D to H. And in fact, the affordable homes which he talks about being built in that part of Salford, he knows perfectly well, I mean, his company owns the houses, Peel, he knows perfectly well that those will not be affordable houses. You can't afford to build affordable houses there. But the greys that you refer to were East Salford, not West Salford, which is substantially higher.
Understood, thank you. Right, action against rural development.
A couple of points. Release Greenbelt through the local plan was not discussed when we did the Salford local plan. We were told that we could only deal with Greenbelt release through the PFE.
Okay, got that. Yeah,
got that.
Yeah.
North-south divide. North-south divide across PFE. We're heavily weighted to things happening in the south of the PFE area. And on delivery, how come things are not being delivered at the moment in the allocated areas that are already in the mix? Is it because of building costs? Is it because of the developers protecting their 20%? And the number of times that planning applications are put in, outline planning permission given, and then variance going, we can't afford this, so bang goes your affordable houses. That's a loop that we are very, very concerned will occur within this plan. And the other thing is, with the West Salford allocation at north of Earlham Station, it's grade 1 farmland, as is Port Salford Extension. All along that corridor, grade 1 farmland. Thank you.
CPRE.
Yeah, thank you. It was just coming back to the point, I think everybody around the table would benefit from some certainty, but let's not forget Greenbelt can be developed if there are very special circumstances, and there has been a bit of a heyday in Bolton whilst the local plan policies have been silent, so I don't think we should feel too concerned that houses aren't coming forward there. And there is a need to supply smaller units. We've got an ageing population and we need to create churn in the housing supply, enabling people to move, relocate away from larger family houses to make them become available. You hinted before about whether or not, if there needs to be flexibility, whether safeguarded or restricted OPL. The problem is, safeguarded is a bit of a misnomer. Once it's gone, the principle of land going in for safeguarding, it then very much comes forward because everyone feels the argument's been lost, if you like, whereas at least other protected land, it's a criteria-based policy that development would only come forward in the event houses haven't been delivered in accordance with targets. So there's a bit more control there for local authorities. As with regards to Salford and Wigan, they are the focus of a lot of brownfield land from industrial legacy. So, no, there does need to be that focus, bearing in mind the brownfield preference. And there is a direct correlation when you look at deprivation and areas with a heavy amount of brownfield land. When you look at blight, negative equity, there is big linkage there, and it's right that those brownfield sites are brought forward to try and make places better and enhance the health and economic indices in those areas. And you know, at the end of the day, we haven't had affordable housing and green infrastructure coming forward and other community infrastructure, yet when you look at annual profits of larger house builders, they have year on year increase. So there's again a disconnect because the NPPF is written in the way it is. It's enabling agreements on affordable housing and other bits of kit to be reneged out of, yet profits are still maintained at the highest level. So definitely this spatial plan needs to make sure those deficiencies are properly tackled.
Okay, thank you. Bamford Greenbelt Action Group.
Thank you. Just a brief point about the negative allowance in Rochdale's land supply. There's a figure of minus 782, which relates to potential redevelopment of the Seven Sisters blocks of flats in the centre of Rochdale. I believe 4 blocks were due for demolition, which is 460 homes. However, I think Rochdale Council have now, or in the process of purchasing these, and that demolition may well not take place. So those negative allowances may well be over-egged.
Illustrating again that any of these assessments are, well, they're an assessment at a moment in time, and they can change, and we could scrutinise them forever, and a year later they'll be different. So, okay, right. So nameplates are still up on this side. I don't know if they've gone up. It's, yeah, Barton Wilmar.
Thank you, sir. I did pore over the 2022 Berry Schlar, but I've heard what you said in your statement today, so I've drawn a line through those points. So it is quite a simple one, really, and that is that our position that we set out in our hearing statement, in that exceptional circumstances exist, specifically in this case for Greenbelt Release and Berry, still exists now, even based on the new figures, and that's for 2 main reasons. So the first one is in terms of the overall flexibility allowance that we talked about earlier. So from the 2020 figures, I believe that was quoted as around 16%, maybe just less. It's now gone down to 14%. We heard about the flexibility allowance in the northern areas. So my calculation was that was 11%, but I think it was quoted as 13, potentially something to do with the numbers in West Salford. But in both of those cases, there isn't a huge amount of flexibility there. The flexibility is around about the same as it was in 2020. So in terms of the new figures in this case, the Berry Schlar, we would welcome any deliverable sites within the town centre of Bury in order to enable regeneration. But that in itself, in the context of looking at this PFE plan as a whole, as Mr. Katowski has sort of asked us to do, it wouldn't make a difference in terms of the exceptional circumstances case here. The second point is just around the rule that we heard from paragraph 6.27 in the housing topic paper, the 125%, 70% range, I guess. So again, looking at Bury, so over the plan period, the new plan period, this is the potential new plan period, that would equate to a range of between 7,310 to 13,048. Now the new figure for Bury in terms of total supply sits very nicely in that as 9,660. So we don't see any real issue with the allocations. In fact, it would be counterintuitive to get rid of any allocations, considering the overall flexibility allowance has gone down since the information came out in AP5. Just picking up on a point that CPRE made earlier in terms of planning appeals in Bolton and very special circumstances cases, I'm relatively surprised of the tone that it seems to be a preference for planning by appeal. But I would say that we should be working towards a plan-led system. So if we get it right now in terms of Bolton, we won't have to rely on appeals on golf courses, for example. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep, so the case for Bury hasn't changed to weaken the case for Greenbelt Release. If anything, you'd say it's increased. If you look at the different plan period, that is.
Correct. So the
combination of the updated SLAR with the extended plan period. Yeah.
The specific figures have changed, but the overall conclusions are the same.
Yeah. Emery.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to come back a second time. It was just in relation to safeguarded land, which has clearly been discussed. Clearly you have our submissions, sir, that this safeguarded land should be provided. Just wanted to clarify our position. Obviously, you asked Mr. O'Connor a a question about it. From our perspective, safeguarded land is not a sticking plaster for not considering the supply or not having an adequate housing land supply. Now, from our perspective, providing safeguarded land is a clear requirement of national policy. Mr O'Connor's obviously referred you to paragraph 143 of the framework. I'd also just refer briefly to paragraph 137, which says the essential characteristics of green belts are their openness and their permanence, and also paragraph 140, which says that strategic policies should establish the need for any changes to green belt boundaries having regard to their intended permanence in the long term, so they can endure beyond the plan period. Clearly, this plan only proposes to release one parcel of safeguarded land in Trafford, and I would say, just to summarise, my submission would be that it's inconceivable that Greater Manchester, economic powerhouse of the north, I think that's the first time the word powerhouse has been used, by the way, of the north, will not require further land beyond the end of this plan period, bearing in mind it's releasing Greenbelt now and bearing in mind previous delivery rates, the empirical evidence of previous delivery rates from the urban area, as Mr Young referred to earlier. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Turley, are you...
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I didn't have anything to add to what I said earlier, apart from it was suggested that I have misled the examination, which I'd like to refute.
Yeah,
I stand exactly by the information and evidence that I submitted earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I thought actually we were discussing Bury, but seeing as it has been brought up,
not allocations. We're just talking about the what these figures indicate about the need for Greenbelt release.
Also, the fact that special circumstances have not been considered. And as far as the numbers are concerned, when we look at the numbers, we actually see the population count in each house. The numbers have been madly exaggerated. I'd just like to make the point that Bury just recently decided that it found land in the centre of the town, which is ideal for development. The actual amount can be far greater simply because the plan for the town centre has not been finalised. So there's an area here where there could be more of this land used in the centre of the town, which actually makes sense for the transport connection. I noticed that you have mentioned that your interest is the Walshaw development, that specific development, which I might add actually makes no sense. It leads nowhere. The numbers are wrong. Also, it is prime farmland producing food, which we all need. So I certainly do not agree in any way with this flexibility allowance either, and I completely disagree with the way the method of the numbers of housing have been allocated, and I think my colleague will back me up on that. Thank you, Chair.
Understood, and we will come back to the allocations in future sessions. Okay, right, Friends of Bury folk.
Yeah, just a couple of points quickly. I don't know whether or not the other side of the table wish to answer this, but personally, I'd like to know what are the very exceptional circumstances that you've put forward for the release of Greenbelt in Bury. And with regards to the differential in the flexibility allowance between 16% going down to 14%, it only equates to 5 hectares. So we're not looking at a huge problem for a developer. You're not losing a massive amount of flexibility. So if you'd like to answer my question, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, well, the issue of exceptional circumstances is a culmination of a consideration of a lot of things that we'll have to reach a conclusion on. So, the councils have made their argument for what the exceptional circumstances are, and that's something we're considering. And one of the ingredients to that is what we're considering today about what this evidence tells us about the need for Greenbelt release. So, Friends of Carrington Moss.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a point that there doesn't appear to be anything in the plan that prevents Greenbelt from coming forward first before the brownfield land has been exhausted. And the concern there is that we will see planning applications coming forward on day one, because I understand if the Greenbelt goes forward, the Greenbelt will be released on the day this plan is approved. So we'll have planning applications waiting in the wings to go forward, and the brownfield land will remain undeveloped and unused. And that does add to problems for areas, because unused land like that can lead to antisocial behaviour, other problems that cost councils money. But there doesn't appear to be a policy that mandates that brownfield comes forward first. And just very quickly linked to that, there is a solution in the plan itself, which is the solution that's been taken for High Crompton Broad location, which is to identify that the land stays within the Greenbelt and will only come forward if there is a recognised need, either in this plan or in the local plan at a future date.
Understood, thank you. Right, Gillian Boyle.
Yeah, it's just to support the comments here in terms of the impact on regeneration. That's, I think, one of my fears. I worked in regeneration for many, many years, and you know, one of the successes of the old Great Manchester Greenbelt, particularly Manchester, was, you know, it did lead to housing going back into the core and housing markets developed, and you can see that in East Manchester to best effect. And you know, there were very clear local plans as well to back that up with the old UDPs. And when that's lost, my concern is it will actually undermine regeneration efforts in the core of the conurbation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Greedy, your sign's still up, but that's left over from before, is it? Or?
No, it was just a very, very quick one, if I may, sir. And that is to say that I wasn't accusing anybody of being misleading, only that the figures were misleading in the way they've been used.
Okay. Right. Turley, your sign's still up. Is that in anticipation of Mr. Greedo's sign? Right, okay. Thank you. Right, is there any more comments anyone wishes to make on this question 4.6, which is about the justification for moving land in the green belts for the individual districts based on the sort of the quantitative information that we have? No, thank you. Well, let's turn to the GMCA then, if you want to respond to any of the... You don't need to go through them all, obviously. You know, anything you want to say.
Just very briefly indeed. I mean, you have our position as set out, particularly in the matter paper for this session. So just very briefly, I mean, the first point I'm only responding to simply because I don't want to be thought that in the absence of a response implies that we accept Mr. Thompson's point. So Mr. Thompson raised the question as to whether there had been any impropriety because a couple of the authorities own some parts of some of the sites in question. So can I just say on the record, I mean, the plan Places for Everyone has been made by 9 local planning authorities who have throughout the process considered only planning considerations in the normal way. It's not at all unusual to find a situation where you have an authority that has 2 hats, one hat being the planning authority hat and the other being as landowner. This is an entirely normal thing that one finds through the planning process, unsurprisingly. Anyway, that's just really for the record. It doesn't bear on the merits of anything that you're dealing with here. Second point, more to the point, I mean, we can look at the individual northern authorities and we can look at the change in their flexibility allowance individually. But you have our point, I'll just make it again briefly, that the northern authorities are putting together. That's the spatial strategies you'll understand. And when you look at the overall position, the overall flexibility allowance for the northern authorities has reduced if one extends the plan period, as may be on the cards. We'll wait and see, obviously. And the overall flexibility for the 6 northern authorities has reduced from some just over 16% to, on my calculation, I make it 12%, but others have bandied around different figures.
Maybe it includes, depends whether you include West Salford.
I'm not including West Salford.
No, so if you included the West Salford,
then it would go up. Yeah. It would go up a bit more. So So on that basis, there's still a substantial flexibility allowance, but that change, should the plan period be extended or, put to a later date, a later year, certainly doesn't weaken the case for Greenbelt release. That's pretty obvious. Third point, I'm doing these in the order in which they arose, sorry, not in any sort of logical order. Third point, the idea of taking land out of the Greenbelt through the places for everyone to safeguard it. Well, there have been many complaints made or criticisms made or comments made about the length of time, and it is years, and I've lived through all of them personally, it is years that this plan has taken to get to this stage for it to have its examination hearings. Just be careful what you wish for. I think with great respect that any question of putting this back to the 9 authorities to think to themselves, well, let's take more land out of the green belt, but not to allocate it, but rather to safeguard it for some possible future development. As you know, in the framework, this is well beyond the planned period, quote unquote. Frankly, is going to lead to yet further delay in the production of a plan, and that delay would probably be terminal, frankly, just to be quite honest about it. So be careful what you wish for. The fourth and last point is the notion that in Bolton, or indeed anywhere else, one could rely on, as the gentleman on this side of the room described it, planning by appeal, rely on very special circumstances. Plainly, one task of Places for Everyone is to actually plan, is to make a plan. And we are trying to do that. Doesn't seem to be a very popular endeavour, but we're trying to do it. We're trying to plan, and so we're trying to ensure that one doesn't have planning by appeal and leaving matters to individual case-by-case assessments of very special circumstances. That's the whole point of trying to plan. Those are the only points I wanted to make.
Okay, thank you. I mean, in terms of the GMCA's or the 9 planning authorities' position regarding the plan period, a proposed modification was put forward to extend it to 2038. And I think when we had a discussion around about that, you said at the time, well, if we took the view that that still wasn't consistent with national policy and it needed to look ahead to 2039, that would be something that you would agree with or support?
Yes, but we wouldn't quarrel with it. I mean, we
okay.
There is a fine support, if you like. I mean, if you want me to be in positive, in positive mood at 5:02, sir, I'll be in positive mood. No, I mean, the position is very, very simple indeed. We recognise what the framework says. We were trying to work to the framework. We saw and took the point that the seemingly inevitable delays in these things meant that the plan period needed to be pushed out a bit further. We put a proposition forward, and in effect, a counter idea has come back from your good selves. And yes, frankly, if your position you reach is that the plan period should be extended to 2039, then I can't imagine we would quarrel with that.
No, okay. And so the figures that we've discussed today are obviously in that context.
Yes.
But the basic point being
Absolutely.
that they don't make any significant change from your point of view in terms of the amount of land that the plan removes from the Greenbelt, where it is, a need for more or less allocations.
Absolutely so, and if anything, when you drill down to it and everything, it actually strengthens the case for the strategy and the plan rather than weakens it.
Okay, thank you. I thought we might as well just clarify that. Mr. Coxon, your sign is up still, or is it back up again?
Well, if I may, sir, just very briefly in response, the point was made, we need to be careful what we wish for, and if we have to look for more land, that might be terminal to the plan. I think, from my perspective, I think that's got nothing to do with the tests of soundness and the assessment that you're being asked to undertake. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
Understood, yeah.
Fine. I'm just seeking to introduce a note of realism to the debate, but there you are, Mr. Coxon. I don't know whether any of our clients have sites in Places for Everyone, but just think carefully. Okay, understood. Thank you. Right, so that brings an end to the issues dealt with by questions 4.5 and 4.6. It is 4 minutes past 5. I'm looking at my colleague. We've got an option now to carry on and try and deal with questions 4.7 and 4.8. Yes. And I know there's some people here who particularly were interested in those. Sure. And so the option is to try and do it now, or to do it
at another date, which would probably be sometime next week. So do you want to say what you think, Steve?
Okay, I mean, one option we have, and obviously, is to deal with this under next Wednesday morning. We have an entire session dedicated to JPJ1 to J4, so at least this issue does fit in nicely to that topic. I've looked at the potential attendees for next week and compared it today, and I think there is quite a lot of overlap. Obviously, I have to be here, GMCA have to be here, so I'm not too worried about what they think. But obviously, I will tell you. But obviously, I am conscious of the fact that if anybody else particularly wanted to talk about those two questions and couldn't attend next week or anything, I mean, obviously, we are getting to a point where 5:05 now. How long is the big stream? But I think we're going to be talking at least an hour or more. So I do, if there was an opportunity to postpone this till next Wednesday, I think that would be sensible. But I do want to obviously see what people think about that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm down for the session next week. Would we, for those of us who
Sorry, good point. I should say that I'm happy. Obviously, anyone who's here today who isn't down for next week, who wants to attend, then that would be obviously fine. I think we've got room anyway. So, but obviously, I'm also conscious that you might have other things to do. And it's unfortunate. These things do happen in local planning examinations. We do occasionally have to make changes to programmes when things overrun or don't quite go. There's that quote about all plans fail on the first contact with the enemy or something like that. And none of you are my enemy, but this is what's happened today. So I'm happy for anyone who can't attend. Who's attending today, want to talk about employment land to attend next week. So I've looked at the list. There's some crossover. Obviously, we'll talk to Helen and Yvonne to make sure it's all communicated and everything. But are there any opposing views? Lichfield, your signs up on that?
I'm not going to oppose it. I'm down to attend on Wednesday next week, so I'm happy to go then and talk about 4.6 then.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Anybody else? Particularly those who would like to attend but can't attend next week. If there's a majority who can, then we probably will defer it and then try and work out whether there's another way of getting any views in, rather than do it now.
With the predetermined weight that you've given to our views, sir, as in you're not interested.
Well, I'm not. Whether you like it or not, you've got to be here next Wednesday.
Yeah, indeed. So,
and you've got to answer my questions. So it's quite
indeed. For what it's worth, we'd rather carry on now. But if the consensus is as it is, then fair enough.
I don't particularly want to be going into 6 o'clock at night. So,
but I had to say it. So.
Yeah, thank you. Any contributes? Benzabury folk, did you want to say? Or you're just moving your side? Thank you. So with that, then I'll return to you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think I've got anything else further to say. But thank you. I mean, as Mr. Lee said, these things do happen. Apologies that we didn't manage to organise today in a more efficient way because we did have time this morning, which if we'd used differently, we could have done. But apologies for that and any inconvenience it's caused. But I think we found a working solution that will work. We're pretty confident we can deal with that matter for 4.7 and 8, along with the JPJ policies next week. So. Thank you for your contributions today. There's been a lot of you here. There's been a lot of ground covered, and it's been helpful to us on a tricky issue. So it's another step forward in our deliberations. So thank you again, and see some of you tomorrow morning.